You are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double pole inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already have become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Hello and welcome everyone to the 303rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, November 21st, 2019. This is a broadcast from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. And I'm one of the hosts today, Rick Cremond, along with Flint Malhausen. And as usual, we are joined with Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation and we welcome his comments and teachings today in today's workshop. Mr. Kesh, are you ready to begin the 303rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop?
Yes, good morning to you. Good day, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers workshops. As you're aware, we are traveling around the world in expansion of the technology. Last week we were in Brazil, and it was a very interesting, what we call teaching for us. And we learned a lot, we gained a lot, and we spread the knowledge deeper. In the process in Brazil, we discovered that there were many Brazilians which for a long time been cut off the Keshe Foundation structure due to some other people's work. They've done good work, but somehow there was some misalignment, and the misalignment was corrected. And now we see the massive Keshe Foundation Brazil structure which is setting up. We are very thankful to all the knowledge seekers in Brazil and the new Brazilian structure which is set up. And hopefully in a coming time, we'll learn more, to share more. And in so many ways, Keshe Foundation is a big family. As we know, as we learn, we are in the same process as many organizations like us. We have to learn about each other's culture. We have to understand what beauty each one brings on the table. And don't use it as a weakness. They do this, they do that. Use it as a strength that totally we have more to do. I've seen in some of the communications with Brazilian, like talking about majority of the Brazilian speak Portuguese and are indigenous people. And I explained before, and we explain now, every language has a right, and every language has a soul, and we have to respect it. This is the beauty with Keshe Foundation. We are part of the same family. I've seen many Brazilians using their first name or their surname and Keshe to show they're part of the family. It was very nice to see it this way. So they have totally become part of us. We are part of the same structure, the same family. And this gives us a strength. We should look in what brings us more joy, and those things which divides or try to divide to be put aside, but be aware of it, warn each other. Now we've seen in the past 2 or 3 weeks, Red Circle writing to everybody, trying to cannot put you as a victim just now because this come out. Be aware of it. Him and his team are fighting for their lives. The matter came out last week, which I explained, that we want the Keshe Foundation team to set up victims of Red Circle. And they said, why doesn't the police go and get him? These people, if you go try to get him, what happened with what they call Sterling was it takes years in court. And that's what the FBI called me, and he said, Mr. Kesh, if you're going to chase him and he denies, it takes us years in court. If he comes, we can conclude it rapidly. And then I went on Kelly Cassidy program and I explained how we know he has abused his children. And 24 hours later, he went to the police station and he submitted himself. And now 120,000 people around the world has been trapped. Tens of thousands. In past week, we see another ring of 21 child traffickers have been arrested. This is a huge game. He will not come and confess because he knows his God. So we have to bring enough that they walk in. Red Circle is deeply involved in, because we saw how so rapidly many people around him came in. He's done the same thing. Alan Sterling abuses children. And with that, when we said we know, he went and he submitted himself into the, what do you call it, the police, and the whole story started. It's not that the police cannot get, we have enough evidence, but if these people walk in and submit themselves, it makes it easier for the whole police structure. You have to understand, these people have two choices: long sentences or be killed by the people who have supported them and given them children. They are cornered. And this cornering came with Alan. We've seen it. When he was put in, after a few days, he gave the code of all the pedophile rings which he was access to, and rapidly we saw a judge getting killed. We saw another guy in prison, top guy in New York a few weeks ago. This is all part of it. They just killed them. They have no choice. They have to become much more what we call allegation and slander. They have to put out, because the other end we've seen. The highest judge in America, he was killed after a few hours of meeting with President Obama. Then we saw the other one in prison after a couple of weeks entering, hung. These people, these rings are so powerfully controlled that Red Circle has two choices: to be handled by them or walk in and get the protection of the what we call 2x4 prison sentence for the rest of his life. This is not that why don't the police go after them? All the files are there. And he's battling. They have no choice. We've seen it. When I tell you this is what's going to happen, you think it's something not realistic, but it is. We've seen two: the highest judge and the top guy who was with all the people who was in this job. So when we ask you to put these up and let us know the website you set up, then we put all the names in it, and then we gather enough. The first two, actually the first three names has to go on it. These are his first two daughters, exactly like Sterling, and the grandchild. And then you add it up. They have no choice. These people have done so much over years and they got away with it that now this is, they have no alternative. He can walk into the police station and hand himself over. Don't forget, he's already with the police in the court. He's already inside them. They don't give them choice to live. Accidentally, he will have a heart attack too. People like Red Circle are cornered, as we say in English, between two stones and a hard wall. This is why we ask, we need to do this, that we bring up many other cases. A lot of people have found a lot of connections. They informed us, we've seen it. But knowledge seekers have to set up victims of, and then they put all the names in, and all the federal police, everybody gathers information on it. This is to save many children. 120,000 pedophiles. As I said, even if they touch one child, 125,000 children we have saved. But these are huge gangs, huge rings. So this is how the Keshe Foundation works. We become part of universal structure. You saw it last week, where we were the only, literally Keshe Foundation group was the only group which was allowed to stay within the structure of bricks. Everyone else was removed from the hotel. And if you're allowed to stay, means world governments have accepted the securities that we are safe. We are accepted as part of the international organization, and gradually will become part of this structure as we deliver more and more. It's not me anymore, it's us. And the sooner Keshe Foundation people realize this, the faster we move on. The faster we can deliver not only technologies, but every other thing. At the moment, the new Universal Enhancement Unit has created a lot of problem for a lot of big pharmaceuticals. We see it, we watch their communication, we see what they're setting up. A lot of governments are looking at it that this is the alternative to what they could not have. You walk people through a tunnel, you get rid of a lot of diseases. We cannot hide anything. If you're in the world of pharmaceutical, you understand out of every 100 medicine which is submitted to be FDA approved or approved for consumption, only 3 to 5 get ever through. And to get those 3 or 5 through takes 10 years, 15 years, fast track it 5 years. And then it costs $300 to $500 million per case. This is the problem. Then we see with this technology, there is no such a need. We are not entering the world of medicine. We're entering enhancing the body of the man. It's the body which takes. We do not go into medical application. We go in change of environment, the same as we do with the plants, the same as we do with the trees. You saw the tree in Austria. We didn't give it anything. We just changed the environment and it grew like a weed. So you see the government have risen and opened their eyes to the level of the new knowledge. The old has to be replaced. We are asked to interfere in the Iranian government situation today as a Keshe Foundation, large support in Iran. Keshe Foundation is a scientific organization, and I will never take part in any political action against or for any regime in any part of the world, even the Iranians. The present Iranian situation is a political fight between two factions of religious leaders. And this will divide Iran deeply in one way or another. Those who have done so wrong, they don't want to lose because they know the revenge. Those who want the change. The Iranians have to learn one thing: go back to your souls. Do not take actions that is harms another soul. Do not burn your structures. These are national assets. Do not destroy anything. Raise the soul of your leaders. It doesn't matter in what nation you are. This is the work we have learned. Revolutions have brought nothing but pain on those who've been the right side or the wrong side. We've seen many refugees across this planet. The point, the change of revolution has to go through the soul of the man, not the power of gun and burning national assets. Getting killed for it is not worth it. Maybe in trying to raise the soul of our leaders, we raise our souls to see and be aware of more facts. My appeal to the Iranian Keshe Foundation supporters, which answers many, is pray, give from your soul to your leaders, that a peaceful solution through the leadership comes out, not by burning and riots. The same we see in Hong Kong, the same we see in Baghdad, the same we see in other countries in South America. The position brings another bunch of rulers who become abusers. The only solution, now that we understand the position of man, is to raise the soul of our leaders. That it can and it will bring in the position that us as totality can become part of it. Guns, fires, destroying national assets has never brought prosperity. When you go and you burn a building which belongs to the nation, it's you who burn your own home. You have paid with your taxes. You have paid with your hard work to build a brick somewhere in the building of the structure of a country. This type of behavior has to become a past. Something mankind used to do. And this is what we have to learn. I've been told, I've been asked to take part in taking leadership in Iran into entering politics. I'm not a politician, I'm a scientist. They see in my, what we call freedom of talk, and in what I brought into scientific world through the influence of technology, I can take a leadership. This is not my job. I will never take part in politics, but I pray for the soul of the politicians, that their souls and the nation rises, that they find a peaceful solution. And the same thing goes to the Iranians, and those in Iraq and those in South America. If you're a Keshe Foundation supporter, do not take part in riots. Take in raising the soul of your leaders and maybe yourself, maybe you see more. Situation in Iran will get worse if people don't understand this. We had a revolution. We burned so many. And Syrians came and these Palestinians came and killed many of us. They got paid to kill. No Iranian ever killed one Iranian. during the time of the Iranian Revolution. The same thing in other places. They get paid to have a better life for their families by killing others. And you see what happened. Syria got paid for what they did in Iran, killing so many. And you see what happened, they lost their nation. You think what happened to Syria was accidental? No. You have to understand the history of us. We got involved in killing Iranians. The same thing happened with Palestinians. You see why they suffered so much. They got involved in killing thousands of Iranians. Iranian Revolution, when it happened, at the beginning, there were Palestinians who murdered Iranians left, right, and center because got paid more for what he could export to start Palestinian freedom. But in a way, he sold the prison sentence for the Palestinians for 50 years more. It's the time to bring the balance. In a way, we teach the politics for you to understand the consequences of it. What happens? 40 years on, Syrians with all the killing in Iran, being brought in every time there was uprising to kill. What did they do? Now they got killed themselves. This should not happen, we learned. We saw what happened to the Palestinians. If you look what happened during the revolution of Iran, within days after Ayatollah Khamenei entered Iran, Palestinians were in Iran massacring because they got paid to do so. And we see what happens to Palestinians today. They're still on exile. They still don't have a home to live. We see with the Syrians, with killing so many Iranians, what happened to their country? They lost it. So much they're devastated. These things should not happen. Mankind should learn to go to the next step of rising. I don't support governments. I inform governments. Nothing is hidden from us, even the private visits or talks. Many, many people in the world leadership are close friends with the foundation. We understand it. The same thing with China. China revolution and problems we see is financed, we knew 3 years ago, by Vatican, paid fully for it. The vision of China brings many states, as we saw when the Vatican paid and brought John Paul and divided the Russia and the Eastern Bloc. They are going the same path, but this time the Chinese leadership is aware and China would not be divided. The same thing is planned for Iran. The whole interest is in the oil industry, nothing else. But the worst thing for it is, in the coming weeks, we will show you the power generator. But we don't teach it this time. It goes the path of governments to create the stability, but the same as universal system, it will have its own structure. As I said to one of our knowledge seekers very recently, who's gone into process of universal units, the universal systems will be freestanding for years, no power supply. This will be passed on. The technology is complete and it's getting taught to 3 groups that if one group fails, the other can carry on. We enter the world of diplomacy through technology. As those who were present with me in negotiation last week, I said clearly to those who represented under the connection of the governments and the ministers, knowledge in exchange for peace. Our position as Keshe Foundation is very clear. We give knowledge, openly teach it in exchange for peace. So those of you who are going on the path of whatever in Iran or Iraq, call people down. Take home, don't destroy, but raise the soul of the man. It's more powerful than the physicality of the man. With a collective soul, we can change everything, even raise the soul of those who have planned to do so many wrong things. Sometimes these things are for the benefit of humanity, but sometimes it brings the condition of understanding that the soul of the man, through the new understanding of the structure of the creation of the universe, which has become knowledge to man, is more powerful than the physicality. And this is what we are aiming at. This is what we want for Keshe Foundation supporters, which is running into millions and millions and growing day by day, is to learn. Add to the knowledge and always look at the positive. If you create inner positive, whatever is said to be negative does not even count. Even when you look at the flow of a current in the plug you put in, what goes in, which gives you the light, the surplus goes back on another wire back to. You call it positive and negative. Without negativity, there is no positive. Without gravity to pull in, there is no light to become magnetic. Never look at the beauty of both sides. Leave the bad side out, but be aware of it. Live your life the correct way. Doesn't matter what happens. Don't go out to harm, but plan, change your life that you live, you don't get harmed by it. This is how every structure in the world exists. Every structure, if you look, when you put a magnet, the other one moves slightly to accommodate itself, not what is coming in. Mankind should learn this and add to this knowledge. This is part of what we have to learn as part of universal teaching. It's not just that we're going to learn how to speak the universal language. We have to learn the universal behavior. Behavior does not need the language. It's the intellect of the soul of the man. This is what we try to expand. Today's teaching about the universal community is not how to make it, it's how to behave it, how to understand it, how to position it, that you create, you bring the beauty of mainly yourself, not the others because they have shown their beauty, and in reaction to their beauty, to their strength, you show yours. Work in the positive way. Try to understand the Keshe Foundation teaching is not that you make a system to fly. It's the way you think, you live. It's the ethos of becoming part of the totality. And totality from now on is not the mankind. The totality is the universal community, which we are part of. We always thought we are alone and there is nobody but us. And as has been, we are the center of the universe. Everything goes around the earth and earth is. And we've seen what they've done. They hung the guy who said first time that the earth is not the center. The same thing is with all of us. We have to understand that in the process of life, mankind will learn many things, many new things in the dimension of the space development. It's for us to be able to understand and distinguish between both sides. In so many ways, mankind has to mature to the new dimensions in the world of what we call knowledge. In the world of understanding the totality. In the world of understanding how we can change things and how we have to understand the totality to be changed. In so many ways, does the mankind leave the mankind to be in position of totality, in understanding oneness of mankind. This is what we have a problem with. This is what we do not understand with. This is what mankind will come to comprehend. There is a new way. There is an actually easy way where you can go inside. You can walk within. And that inside is your own soul. And that inside is what you thought you don't have. And this is what is the biggest problem for mankind. What do? Where do we go to understand more? Does mankind need kindness of man, or would a mankind will become part of the totality of the structure of the universe? And would we become, would be able to understand this, that in the future we can develop a new full comprehensive work with the universal community. This is where we are heading for, and the teaching of today is part of it. Is not anymore learning how to structure different things that it suits us, is what has been established that we can follow in the universal community, that we can learn from it, that we can apply it, that we can bring it in to be part of our next tool in the arsenal of life for man. Would mankind will be kind enough to understand his own position in space? Would mankind be strong enough to be able to work within the structure of the universal community? Would we, and would mankind progress enough that we can develop this part of our mentality, that now we have to work with a deeper insight and insight into the life of the universe, to be able to move on, to join the universal community, not just by systems, not by just soul, but by understanding the emotion, the reality of the facts of existence. Do not forget, he always said, I made man in the image of myself. So, in fact, the image, it means even the soul of the man has emotion. Even the soul of the man has a school of thoughts and reactions. It's not just that, just become, as you understood, more about the soul. Now everything is over. Now we have entered. We've entered nowhere. We just understood that we have left a lot behind. In a way, we have created it. We have become to understand part of it. The problem and the dilemma for mankind have just begun. Is not resolved. It's not just because you understood how to run a spaceship or how to address your soul, how you can interact, understanding you have both the control of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, the game is over. You got all of it. In fact, you have just opened the Pandora box, which now you have to learn the new language, the language of the soul, the language of the life of the soul in the universe, the language of the existence within the bigger family. It's very much now, you're like a cell in the organ of the liver of the man. Now, you just found out You are just part of the liver. And now there is a bigger being that you are part of. Now you understand how the game has changed. Without the other parts, the existence of the liver is useless, has no conformation, has no existence. Now you understand the scale of job. Now we have just learned, by knowing the existence of the soul, that now we have even to understand how to operate within the system. That when we become part of the bigger structure, what's going to happen? How are we going to interact? How through this organ that we are part of, a small part of, now we have to learn the operation that the others exist and we are part of that operation. And each organ has its own language and its own system. That's why it's separated. That's why it functions in such a position. The truth about the facts of life for mankind has just opened up. It's very much, as I've said before, taking a man out of the village of the earth into a small town. It's a big difference. And now you think the town is big, different than the village. Let us show us the cities and capitals. You'll be lost. Mankind, through the teachings of which is within the structure of the soul of the man, has to learn how to interact with the rest. This is the society and the position of the man, for man to be, to develop, to understand, to become, and one day each soul will find its position within the structure of this, what we call life of the universe. The uniqueness of its existence, where the soul of the creator sits within the soul of the structure. If you remember, we always said, every soul, every cell. Which means when a soul within a cell exists within the body of the man, within the organ of the man, then you have to understand the collective soul makes that man, which interaction with the soul of his creator becomes the man. And now each man, each being in this universe with his soul becomes that cell with the soul, which is part of the soul in interaction with the soul of the creator. We reflect these beauties, we manifest this manifestation, but in the same way as the stronger feeds the weaker in the structure of the plasma, we receive the attributes of the creator within our soul. Then I made man in the image of myself, is because then man has the power to understand that mankind has the power to be that power, has the strength to be in touch and be connected to its creator. Then mankind has a lot to learn. That not to be proud of being just a cell that he can be, but be proud to be part of the totality of the cell, which confirms the existence of itself in conjunction and in connection with the totality, that in total it becomes the creator of the destiny, a point of reference for others in the structure of the man. Then we understand we have a lot to learn to be a true man of a space, to be in truth connected to the universal community. It's not just learning a language and having a MAGRAPH system. It's in reality to become part of totality. part of the reality of life, part of the existence of the creation and the creator. Then you might say, we need to learn about space technology. We need to learn about understanding of the space technology. We need to learn about the truth about ourselves. Then at that point, we might be able to understand just the essence of creation. The essence of totality. As I said, you don't come here to learn about how to make MAGRAPH system. A lot of you are still stuck with MAGRAPH system. Maybe through the structure of the MAGRAPH systems, if you could manage to understand it, you will understand you can use the strength of the field of the MAGRAPH system to raise the soul of the man. Collectively, and in so many ways, even though you're running a MAGRAPH system and you think you're saving some energy, in connection and in conjunction with all the MAGRAPH systems which Keshe Foundation has sold through the operation, we have connected the four corners of this planet together for our next act. You will understand very soon why we put these MAGRAPH systems across this planet this way. You are the point of connection. Those MAGRAPH systems which you made yourself, on the strength of what you made it with, you have a common denominator with us. We shall rule through the line of understanding the structure of the physicality of the mind. Let me explain to you how we have brought you into the universal community without you knowing it. All of you created nano-coated copper. Many of you created nano-zinc. Zinc is connection to production of the cells of the brain of the man, which is the control of the soul of the man, containment of the soul of the man. And the copper is the path through the physicality of the man. Now you understand, I have got you from both ends. In due course, as all the nanotechnology produced through these systems by all the Keshe Foundations in every island and nation on this planet, we will reach you. You will feel our presence and you will follow the path of the universal community, which both controls to enlarge and nourish the soul and the physicality of the man. I'm a very clever teacher. And I know the weakness of my students. Any of you who created that nano material, all those MAGRAPH systems, all those zinc plates you created to create zinc oxide and the rest, did you ever notice that you made the first lines for us to create a line of connection to you? You put a zinc plate and a copper plate, physicality of the man and the control of the soul of the man in the same thing, and you call it CO2. I call it the line of communication. You have established, and in due course, you will see the line of connection. It's not the CO2 which is inside the box. It's the field of the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man which have created it and expand and extended its field.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe, there's something rubbing on the microphone there and causing some noise in the background.
It's my shirt. It's my shirt. It's the old age and vibration of the heart of the man.
Maybe we should leave it then.
No problem. Thank you very much. So what you understand is very simple. We travel the spans of this planet to change the condition and set up connections. And in past months and in coming weeks, every teaching comes from different part of this planet to establish the full connection the way we wanted. And this will carry on. Not a single teaching in the coming months will come from one nation consecutively. At least if we can try it. Past month, past few months, most of the teachings comes from different positions on this planet. We don't disclose unless we have to. But at the same time, we don't go through the structure, but we go through the soul of the man in that position and the language and the place. This is how we have brought you into universal community. You looked for the CO2 in the container. We looked for connection between physicality and soul of the man in that container. We know that we have to elevate the soul of the physicality, that with it, it elevates the soul of the man. And what could it be done better than the maglev system? Now you understand. You claim maglev system does not work. I tell you, every single one of them works because we have managed to reach the soul of the physicality of the man through the greed of the man to say that we can elevate the physicality of the man. If you have a maglev system at home, if you made it or bought it, and it didn't work to you or did, do one thing. Sit back and write down how you behaved, how your family behaved, how your loved ones behaved, how your dog behaved a year before you ever receive a maglev system. And then write down how you behave, how your dog behaves, and how your family behaves today. You looked for the power within the wire. I looked within the power, within the soul and physicality of the man. And now you understand who received the beauty and the real saving. We saved the soul of the man through conduct of the physicality of the, what to you was maglev system. Those of you who made systems and use maglevs for different application, you have seen you get different results in the presence of the maglev system or not. Those of you who put 2 or 3 maglev system around, doesn't matter in the shape of the Alex bead or the coils, just write down. Have you noticed more diseases? Have you noticed more comfort? Have you come to elevate more to understand it? Or did it need to be a maglev or just a zinc? And the copper has done its job. I needed a CO2 to connect the soul and the physicality together, that it creates the right connection for us to be able to reach. And what do you have in your box? Now you understand. I'm a very clever teacher. The reason is we have taught many times across this universe, and we know the ways to enter a society. Now you understand. Even the time we choose, the way it's chosen is very clear. But people don't understand. As I said in some of talks, look at when we will show the space technology, the evolution, completion of the soul of the man. 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd of April, 2020. Those of you who are Chinese love devil figures, and you see beauty in it. 2020. Those of you who understand and are followers of the path of Muhammad, you read 19th is return of Mahdi and celebrate it. That's why you return. It is time for mankind to understand the totality. It is time to understand the soul of the man to the dimension of physicality. You made Maghraf systems and you claim it doesn't work. Now assess what happened to you since you had the Maghraf system in the house. What happened when you created the things? Now you understand how easily, through the greed of the man, we have reached the man. Now all we need to do in
Hello, Mr. Kesh. Hello, we missed, all we need to do is we're broke up. Hello? Mr. Kesh mentioned there might be some internet issues today, so perhaps that's what's going on. Bear with us a minute while Mr. Kesh reconnects.
Can you hear me? Am I back?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, it's somehow our system does not want to respond on the other line. As usual, we set up 2 lines, backup security, to make sure we're in the right place. In so many ways, you will understand how we have set up the whole structure. You thought you got away with your Maghraf systems and claim that the things doesn't work or I don't see. In a way, you found out that we have entered your home, we have entered your physicality, we have entered your soul. It's very interesting. When we gave the World Peace Treaty to some of the South Americans years ago, 1 or 2 of them wrote back to the foundation and said, Mr. Kesh, you are asking to give our soul. We have given our soul to Christ. You can have our physicality, because it was very important for them. So now you understand we have taken the lot. We have developed in a way we need to create the condition for creation of peace on this planet. We need 2 things to be completed, more or less, 2 phases. End of the establishment of the religion, and second is the completion of the wars, that there will be no more war. We need few bits left to achieve world peace as the way we want it. The end of religions will come in due time, when they all agree they're all one, and will come to one point to accept the level of the universal community as the ultimate goal of peace for mankind in the universe. Peace does not need religion. We have seen how even Christians have fought together against each other, and how the Muslims are doing it on a daily basis.
And those who are so weak, they use this weakness to benefit by it. Shias against Muslims, Sunnis against Shias, and the same with the Christianity, Vatican fighting to rule all of them. When in fact, Christianity of Vatican is the religion of Iran, Zoroastrian, and Mithraism. So it all comes back to acceptance of peace through one point. Mankind are all one soul, and there shall be no conflict between his intellect and his path of belief. When mankind unifies these two, mankind will enter the universal community. Now you understand. In the past half an hour, you should have learned a lot about the universal community and the behavior of the man in a condition of existence. Many Keshe Foundation supporters in German, in English, in French or Portuguese or Spanish thought they have to have this and that to be part of it. In fact, those who betrayed will move out anyway. It means they have not even qualified to be part of the universal soul. These are the souls which need still elevating. These are the souls which still need to go through the process of understanding. In the structure of the human soul, there is the structure of the physicality of the soul itself, but not in the function and the manner that man sees arms and legs, but in the manner that the interaction of the fields create a condition of give and take. A hand to take, a hand to give. In a physical dimension, we use hands to collect, we use hand to give. In the plasma structure, we use magnetical to give, gravitational to take. It's the same hand. Now you understand how it says, I made man in the image of myself. Now you understand the basic fundamental of the similarity in the structure of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. In the dimension of physicality of the man, the creation in respect with the interaction of the fields of this planet has created the leg to walk, to create position, to create motion. In the dimension of the soul of the man, in the plasmatic field, the interaction of the fields of the soul with other souls creates its positioning, what we call Magra positioning, or walking, or moving. Now you understand the similarity. The man needs arm to collect, to receive, to give. Man needs legs to be able to find position in dimension of physicality in interaction of its fields with another fields, which has created inertia with itself to manifest the physicality of the man. In the dimension of the soul of the man, the same fields are used to take and give, and the interaction of that field with the others creates its positioning and its movement. Now mankind understands, I made man in the image of myself. Soul on its own, but the interaction of the soul with the dimension of the physicality of a planet then decides how that physicality moves and what it needs to.
then you understand more. Then, if you understood this, how your hand in giving and how it's received, it shows its emotion. If you give a hand to a friend, to a lover, you feel the emotion of the lover. So it's the same with the soul of the man. In the strength it receives from another soul, another plasma, it knows the emotion of it. The strength of it, it dictates and informs the soul of the man. Now you understand how emotion works within the soul of the man. Then you have to choose. Would you like to join the soul dimension or in the dimension of physicality? And then in which physical condition you want to be manifested in respect to that position. To be free as a bird, or to be a fish in the sea of the ocean of the liquid, or in the dimension of the physicality of the man on 2 legs, or animal on 4. Then you understand how the soul of the creator manifests itself in different shapes and physicalities, in different dimensions of the strength in respect to its environment, in different positions in the universe. Then you understand the universal teaching. Then it's for man to decide which side, which part, which strength, and which interaction he wants to respond to. The interaction of the feel of the emotion of love from the soul is at the higher order than the affection and love in the physical dimension. But in essence, both create the same emotion within the soul or within the structure of the physicality of the man. Now you understand how we say, I made man in the image of myself. The reflection of the soul of the man in interaction of the physicality of the dimension of the fields of the presence create the manifestation of the physicality. I am the creator of my own physicality in the dimension of the strength of my soul in interaction with this planet. My love for this planet dictates my presence and manifestation in every position in the universe. Unless I change my position in respect to manifest myself in the dimension and strength of the Creator, which then it has a totally different dimension in the universe that you become. You are what you call part of the Creator. We are the universal messengers because we are part of the Creator in essence of the soul of the man and the Creator soul in the direct and in line of the presence. Then you understand. With a flick of finger, there shall be no Vatican and no Mecca and no Jerusalem. In physicality, they'll be there, but there'll be no physical body to worship the place, as the soul of the man will raise and become a historical building with no emotion. Many of us travel the span of this universe to look at the historical building, and very soon these places will become with no emotion, just bricks on the wall. As the soul of the man will elevate to see beyond all the trickery and games which was played when a man did not understand the strength of the soul of the man. Now you understand. Man stopped worshipping
stones and statues. Now man has to stop worshipping the fake souls which control them. Then man reaches his own independence of the investigation of the truth to understand the truth is him and him only and nothing else, in line with his own creator. That man will not make any temples in the span of universe, as his soul has a temple within the soul of the creator. This is why at the beginning I explained to you to elevate the soul of your leaders, that there will be raise the soul of those who call themselves religious leaders, that they walk out of these bigger statues called the churches, the mosques, and when there is nowhere, no one inside these places to lie to man, there shall be no one to be lied to. Then they become empty structures. In a way, they have to stay as a relic of the man to understand how he was abused by the man when he did not have the knowledge that in the span of universe he shall not be used again. Then there are many degrees on the span of the universe that they can make different mosques and churches and synagogues and every other. As I said in the past, the temple of the creator has to be within the temple of the soul of the man. To make himself alive. Now you understand. Many of you might not understand what has been said, but in time man will mature to the teachings of today. As is the path to grow in the dimension of the universe for mankind to become independent, to be able to live in the span of the universe. There's no use me taking you to space in a craft when he has no fuel and no food. Now you understand. As I said, in the 300 series of teaching, we open the reality about the universal community and man's position and how to attain and be able to maintain existence in the universe. It's not anymore spaceships, is it? Or is it the spaceship of the soul of the man? Is your love for Creator so big that you can become a spaceship for many other souls who are not, have not achieved impact? And that is the point of what we call universal community. What we call the establishment of the Universal Council is the beginning of this process. And those who are weak have left and will leave. Those who understand become the spaceship for those who understand the intellect of the language and understanding that through your soul as universal members, you elevate the soul of your passengers. The language, the love, the care, the mother language through the soul of the man carries. As a universal community, we carry those loves for those members of the Universal Council, that through it, they can give and support their people. Now, you may understand a little bit more about why you become Universal Council. The message we gave today is what mankind has been waiting for millenniums. Those of you who understand will elevate, and those of you who do not understand
Hello, Mr. Kesh. I think we lost the audio again there. Okay, bear with us a minute while Mr. Kesh reconnects.
Can you hear me?
Ah, much better, yes, thank you.
Yeah, we dropped off on both lines. What did you hear?
Something about understand was one of the last words.
Okay. What I'm gonna do with you, I'm gonna send you a picture, Rick. And if you can share this picture, if I find it, or one of the knowledge seekers who has it can send it to you, you will see an indigenous Brazilian wearing a bracelet, a gun's bracelet. Then you understand we have reached every man on this planet, even the indigenous people in Amazon. Then you understand that the development of the knowledge in elevating the soul of the man has reached in every point and direction. And I have done the job to create a condition to create peace and elevation of the soul of the man.
I think I have that picture, Mr. Kesh. I can put that up.
Play it, please.
I think I had it from last time.
As I said, the knowledge of Keshe Foundation, the teaching to elevate the soul of the man has reached every corner of this planet, from depth of Amazon to sea presence. A beautiful soul, a beautiful woman, and the beauty of the reaching of every corner of this planet through the space technology to elevate the soul of humanity. Now you understand when I tell you we got you, as we say in English, by short and curlies. In so many ways. In the villages of Africa, in the indigenous people of Amazon, to those in North Pole, to what we call the Aborigines in Australia, I have reached as no messengers in the past could ever reach. But this time, we give the truth, and for elevation of the soul of the man to elevate. You got to understand there is a trick in the hole of that bracelet. For that CO2, for that zinc oxide to be created, had to carry the strength of the field of the physicality in comparison to the zinc, which is connection to the emotion and soul of the man, for that woman to wear, and with the CO2 to connect the two together.
Perhaps you can adjust the microphone, Mr. Kesh. The sound is dropping off there. Thank you.
Are you better?
I think so.
Okay.
Rick has always told us, this is this is that, this is good, this is that.
The sound is still very weak, Mr. Cash. It's a different system or something.
Yes, so we switch. Let me switch back to the other system. Give me 1 second.
I've got all my speakers up to 11 and I can barely hear you.
As I said before, it seems you like apple better than the oranges.
This is definitely much better. I don't know if it's apple or orange, but I'll go with it, whatever it is. Thank you.
Joy, is this better for you?
That's even better, I think, yes.
I told you, it's apple and oranges. In so many ways, we have to understand that we have entered the operation of the life of the man on this planet in such a deep way that you cannot separate us anymore. Listen to the teachings of today many, many times, that hopefully you understand a small part of it. And listen to it in a year's time, and maybe in 10 years' time. And then you will understand what you missed today that you thought you understood. Because, as I said, we teach through the soul of the man, and through the physicality, the connection between the soul of the man and the man itself. Try to understand the beauty of it. Try to understand the collectiveness of it. Try to understand the color of the man is only a skin deep. Try to comprehend. You don't need to suffer to find your soul. You have to rejoice the existence of it. And then you link and you understand. When you travel the span of this planet, every city in so many ways looks the same. You see similar buildings in every city. The same architects are copied and build the same thing. I have traveled many cities, over 75 nations in my lifetime. But when you look from Africa to Asia to Europe, they're all building the same to show they have reached the financial strength and intellectuals to be able to stack it up in physicality. But none of them has built a structure that it just shines without the structure of physicality that reaches the soul of the citizens and the presence of the Creator. And those who fool the man converted into the mosques and churches and temples, synagogues. We will demolish these physicalities, not by us, but making them to be empty buildings that no one will ever enter. They will see it as a point when the man was amused and keep themselves away from it. They don't even walk into these buildings in coming time, as they see it as very much as the point of abuse. The way as you go to Auschwitz and see the camps where the man was burnt, and no one wants to walk in it, except out of curiosity. No one will enter these buildings anymore. As man knows, it was the point of abuse of the man for centuries. Try to understand the operation of the soul. As I explained last week, now we reach through the new universal systems to give the man the option. The physical life, or the dimension of strengthening the soul of the man. No government and no forces will touch us. Because we know, we see. And in the coming time, you will see world leaders who line up to be the first to elevate the soul of their nations, not the finances of their nations. In the coming weeks, you will see world leaders and those to become the world leaders to stand shoulder to shoulder to Keshe Foundation to bring the establishment of such a change. Because they understand through the physical dimension, they have not managed to bring peace to their nationals. The position of the world leaders will change who will serve to enlighten the man, not in the color of the church and mosque, but in the strength of the soul of the man. This is what we have chosen, and that's what you will see in the coming time. This is how the initial steps in BRIC was taken. And this is how they have no choice, because the scene is set for mankind to start the process of elevation of the soul of humanity. And with it, elevate the soul of this planet, that even eating another animal by animal will become the truth about the lamb and lion will sleep in the same nest, that none is hungry to eat, but enjoy the beauty and the presence of the other. I am the Messiah. In so many ways, now those who had a doubt will understand more and more that each one of us is the Messiah for saving our own soul, for elevating our own soul to enter the universal community, and through it, in the passage of time, to become part of the soul of the Creator. Some of us teach some, and some of us teach our own soul. But in essence, there is no difference. Try not to choose the path of hardship brings me closer. Try to see more that in the process of giving, I might stand a chance in the randomness of the beauty of the Creator to be elevated, to be a structure, a part of the Creator. Betray, you betray yourself. Betray those who trust you, you will find out it will come back to you to be. And as I said, we put many things together for you to learn. Thing is, our Keshe Foundation followers and knowledge seekers in Italy, they call us and they say these people go around and says, you know how they, in English, they betrayed and they made money out of the Keshe Foundation. We say in a very English way, they have literally turned us over, and they're very happy with it, and they make this and that. We pray for them, we elevate their souls. But they have to understand, this was a short term. The long term, they join an understanding. And the rest of the people. In so many ways, we will see that many people who betrayed their own souls, they stand by their own souls. We received communications from the Keshe Foundation, what we call people who went and joined without knowing that these people in Italy set everything up, that with the teaching we said these people have cheated them, they have withdrawn working from them. The distributors of the Keshe Foundation have blocked their own accounts to come back. As one said to us, I'm a Keshe Foundation knowledge seeker and I'll never betray the foundation. And we were told lies that now everything has changed. Now we are not buying, we stopped because this is not the ethos we entered. We entered the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And the lies worked for a few weeks. And the distributors canceled their orders. And this will carry on. And then now, the biggest thing is the Italian government has moved and will move on this. Because these people did not come in with the soul of the foundation. They came here to betray the foundation. And we see it. The process will carry on. We've seen this many times with many knowledge seekers who become these teachings over years, and suddenly getting a few people attention, they think they're everything. But man has to understand, never think of being bigger than what is the totality. And then your purpose is just to serve. You will see expansion and extension on the Keshe Foundation in every dimension, because we give it freely. And in so many ways, you bring it back to us freely to be free for all of us, the elevation of the soul you have found out. And then you understand the teaching of today is very simple. I have taught you a lot in what mankind has been trying to find out for centuries in today's teaching. In so many ways, today, for the first time, you understand the connection between the physicality and the soul of the man. Last week, I told you the understanding of the division between the soul and physicality and the strength of your systems. In so many ways, we start training you in the universal systems. The universal enhancement system is for enhancing your soul, not so much your physicality. The better performance of your physicality, your Parkinson, is just a mirage to bring you to us, for us to elevate the soul. It's not the crippled body that you bring to the enhancement unit. It's the crippled soul which walks in it to be enhanced. I wonder if on the application of the tax entry we put soul enhancement system, would any government would ever understand it? This is the beauty of this system. I am a clever master in my teaching. When I accepted the missions for Earth, the Universal Council told me the Creator has created the dimension to bring this lot back. Then you understand how good I am in creating. You got to understand, I walk you into peace. I walk you in understanding the work of the Universal Council through the operation of the universe and its council, not the Earth Universal Council. In the coming time, one of the members of the Universal Council, through the structure of the soul of itself, will become the member of the Universal Council in the Council of the Universe. Then mankind will understand how we'll spread the knowledge through that, through the rest of the Universal Council members. Then you will understand how we enhance the soul of the man. Try to understand how these universal systems will work. And I told you, they'll be one of the only systems in the mankind history that no one can copy it. because those which we create, we put the soul of universe in. The copies will not have that effect. Then soon you find out nobody can do the job of Italian to fake and lie that we are the Keshe Foundation, this is the system. You have to understand, in the process of development, we have to develop the soul of the man, not interested in physicality. As I said to Caroline when I met her very first times, we come here to enjoy the physicality of the beauty of the woman, to understand what makes man so crazy to be in love in a dimension of physicality. But they do not see how to fall in love with the soul of the universe. This has been a puzzle, but it's not a puzzle. Man is too physical. Worshipping the wrong thing has been habit of the man because he always sees himself lower than the others. Man in soul has to rise to the level of the soul of the creator to understand the totality of the creation in the universe, not a brick and water on this planet. Life of the soul is more than being trapped in the box of a room and a clothes. Now you understand the message. And my message to the world leaders and those who think that the leaders of the soul of the man in any of the religion is to take your frocks off and be equal to the others and close the house of lies. We can do it for you, but it's better for you to do it than us, because that way people see the totality of the fakeness and the lies, and then it allows the soul of the man to rise to the level of the creator. So in fact, if you look, those who call themselves religious leaders are the cause of the totality of many of the people who follow the path of the lies to be elevated to the level of the soul of the creator. Is there a single priest, a mullah, ayatollah, a rabbi, a high priest in any shape who can accept that he is responsible for depriving man to be elevated to the soul, to understand the soul of the creator? And if you think you are, then you will find out there's a lot to come when you have to take the frocks off and move in the direction of totality. Jews, Christians, Baha'is, Muslims, Buddhists, every shape or form of a religion you can put on yourself, your time is over. The whole process is for you to understand the structure of the soul, that you understand is the time to elevate the soul of the man, that we become passengers of the universe, to become free from shackles of lies and control. We controlled the physicality of the man in past years with the kings and emperors, and now we have given the man to democracy that the man can choose. Now is the time for those who did the same to shackle and control in the name of religion. Open your doors of churches and tell the truth to the mankind. We let you free. Carry on with your lies. We bring the wrath of God on you in a way that we elevate the soul of the man for them to walk away. And this is for you is a big wrath, because you can't collect anymore and abuse anymore. So the loser is you either way. It's better you do it than we do it, because when you do it, you understand as the beauty. If we do it, you will have no room and no place to hide. You know, and you see what they did to them in Austria, when they found out the churches were the places of abuse of the children. Now you can imagine what they will do with you when they find out the churches were the place of abusing the soul of the man and not allowing the man to elevate. Then the choices sit at the Vatican and with the rabbis in Jerusalem and with those who call themselves in any shape or name in the world of Islam or Buddhism and the rest of it. We don't say, become a member of the Church of the Keshe Foundation. We tell you to elevate the soul of yourselves, that you understand the totality of the freedom of the man in the space of universe, where the man goes and the man intellect now has reached to that point. There shall be no churches and no mosques. There shall be no temples in the universe. But now it's time for those who claim and abuse man to put this right. And we give you a few weeks, not months. Then we bring the house of cards down, because we have enough to do by elevating the soul of the man, that they walk away and they understand the strength of their souls. Then there's no need to fight. Fighting takes too long. When you elevate, you have already lost the fight. Collectively, mankind is ready for elevation of his soul, stopping the wars, elevation of the soul of the man to create a peaceful planet through new understanding of the soul of the man, which with it brings new technologies, brings new elevation of the understanding of the structure of the universe, that technology is just physicality of keeping the man in a physical dimension busy. We don't have factories in the dimension of the soul. Unfortunately, we have seen none and we have built none. But in a physical dimension, you have to be busy in the presence of the time and the space. And that's all it is. I hope you learned a lot from today's teaching. And I wish and I hope we do not need to interfere with any process of governments and religious leaders, as they themselves will bring the conversion. Then mankind will fall in a path of evolution to enhance man's soul, to increase man's soul's what we call strength, that the race becomes who and how we can develop technologies that elevates the soul of the man faster, to be able to work within higher levels of universal community, as the universal community has the same structure as planet Earth. Different level of understanding, different structure of the operation to the level of the creator. Maybe those of you who are familiar with the work of the 7 valleys and several levels of the creation, now you understand in which level mankind will enter depends on how the leaders and the soul of the man itself will decide in the structure of the strength of the soul of the man in the dimension of universal community. 7 heaven is the 7 understanding of the man to the 7 senses of the man in the dimension of the universe. Mankind has found 5 of them. You need to find 2 more. Then you understand the totality. Today's teaching and if mankind can understand the 303rd teaching, mankind has entered the true understanding of work of the universe, how to be part of, how to become part of, and how not to allow others to, in any shape or form in the future, block man to live and to lead higher level of strength in the operation of the soul of the perspective of how and where man
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
We just need to teach a few more knowledge seekers how we have done the job. You have to understand. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, but we missed a part of what you were saying. We left off at how and when man can something.
Man can enter the dimension of the creation in different levels. As I told you, we're traveling different parts of the planet to spread and strengthen the soul of the teaching. And today we are in different parts than we were last week. I'm in the beautiful city of Istanbul. We're here for a few days for what we are here for. And then next week we move to the dimension of United Arab Emirates. And then next we'll be back in the nation. We are here to elevate the soul of the reapers and the people. And this process will carry on. Last week we were in Brazil. Before an European nation. Before that, in other places. My work to elevate the soul of languages will carry on. And in that process, we elevate the soul of the man. The soul of the citizens of the nations through the language, through the support of the Universal Council members. In this process, we will teach, we spread the knowledge, we spread the process of the teaching through the Universal Enhancement Unit, that the light of the knowledge will become the light of understanding of the knowledge, not the systems of it.
Excuse me, Mr.
It is the work.
The microphone's rubbing again there, I think.
Have you lost me again?
No, the microphone's rubbing. There's just some background noise going on, clicking sort of. Oops. Now we don't hear you.
Can you hear me this way?
Keep talking, go ahead.
Yes. Can I sing as well? Or do you want
well, it's weak, but we can hear you, but it's not very strong. Full volume on that. I can barely hear you.
Is it better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. We'll change headsets and units. And everything else, please you, Mr. Rick Kramer.
I'm hard.
We don't like
I'm hard on you.
We don't like you to say, I'm leaving. This time it's done. We try to keep you there. In so many ways. In so many ways, the teaching of this week was a breakthrough if the man understands the similarity between the physicality and what you already know in the dimension of the plasma. We'll teach you more next week for you to understand more, but it depends how many of the knowledge seekers can connect with. A lot of you are searching to find your soul that you can. A lot of you have to understand what have you missed in totality of the knowledge that it should be achievable through the strength of the physicality, not by taking different things and going to different shamas and different God knows what to understand new world. In the elevation of the soul of the man, no drugs, alcohol, and voodoos to increase your strength. It's the clarity of seeing the truth. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. We have a couple of questions in the Q&A, and there's something I'd like to show that's, I think, a really good example of what you're talking about, the problems with Italy and the shipping and that kind of thing. And it's some very good news that came through just a few hours ago. And it's a testimonial that was put into the Golden Age of GANs. And I'd like to show it and just read it out here. And I think it explains very well the situation in the last while where there's been, problems with the shipping and all that kind of thing. And
while you're looking for that, we have to say most of the orders which was given to Italy, which was not deliberately shipped to discredit the Keshe Foundation by taking the orders to the other company, more or less is getting fulfilled. The Austrian Keshe Foundation has taken the responsibility for this and have shipped as much as possible. Back orders was not shipped. Actually, the claim was that we cannot pay for the shipping while they were taking the orders to the other company, which was the bills, was supposed to pay the shipping. It's done very, very cleverly. And they told people, this is it, Keshe Foundation cannot do, we set a new company up. And this is handled by the Italian securities and Italian, government. This is not my job anymore. Everything is in the hand of them, how the Keshe Foundation was set up. We have informed them that they have made threat against us. They're going to the finance police, and the rest of it is all on the table with the police and the Italian national government. Interesting, the company we set up could ship, but the Keshe Foundation, which they were supplier of, could not ship. What they did, they took the production to a company which they run, producing material for us, and they hid it inside there. So the manufacturer became the supplier. And this is how they cheated the whole thing around. But it's okay, we have passed it. At the moment, we are waiting for Italian government officials to tell us what's the next step. We have launched Unlocked total finances to show Keshe Foundation has, in tune of 2 million, has financed the Keshe Foundation Italy as a foreign investment. But the beauty of it is brought the Italian government to see what Keshe Foundation can do for the Italian nation. On my return to Europe in the next couple of weeks, we are sitting with the Italian ambassadors and security people to understand why Keshe Foundation has to stop investment in the Keshe Foundation, cleaning up the mess in the waters of Italy, and because of what they've done, bringing the company which we set up to do the job into such a position. These are international dealings. We'll come across most probably many of these, the way now we are struggling with the situation with Ghana. Ghanaian situation is the same. But what we have done, the Keshe Foundation officially in the next few weeks releases documents explaining our case to every nation, how the Belgians defrauded the nations by making false criminal acts. This is important as part of what we call the European Court of Justice, how the whole fake business started trying to damage the foundation till we get it. You have to understand, as I said to the couple of influential world leaders in the past few months, is that colonization through technology has become the new tricks of the European and American nation, which means in the past they colonized nations by taking their peoples for a slave and economy. Now they have come one step further, that now by taking scientists and the technologies and controlling them, they are trying to colonize most of the nations of the world. And Keshe Foundation technology is one of those technologies that by controlling it, they could keep hold on other nations and other technologies. Colonization through technology has become a big game for white-skinned nations, what we call the Europeans and Americans. And this will be laid out in a very plain language to the world ambassadors and the world leaders. And as we have already explained some of the world leaders, you will see the huge sanctions against the state of Belgium very soon, and a couple of other nations, like Canadians who sat in between and capturing scientists and imprisoning them. We've seen the daughter of Huawei is part of this structure. many scientists who go through Canada get captured, taken everything off them, go through suitcases, and then released with the threat that they kill the rest of the family or whatever. Canadian operation in this trick now is very clear, and it'll be part of what we do. We don't make accusation because we were part of it. Accusation is when you think, not when you've been done to. And we will see how the Americans, the Belgians, the Canadians work hand in hand in kidnapping scientists. And Red Circle is part of abuse of the children and scientists. He comes in as a pattern like that, and as we see. And then this thing is becoming very open to the governments. One of the first things we discussed with the officials in our first meeting is, this is what it is, this is what happened. We provide all the facts and say, you decide, you're going the Belgian way or you're staying with the foundation. And you see many governments now, they understand how they've been triggered, what we call technology, colonization, and theft. The American administration is a big part of this structure because a lot of scientists want to go to America to develop their technologies, and in the path to there, they get robbed. It's like what we call thief of Baghdad, robbing the caravans on the way from one oasis to another. And if you are with us, you can hear the beautiful azan said in the city of Istanbul. It's in the background. I love what we call Nawaz. It brings a lot of facts. Being brought up in the nation of Iran, listening to azan brings a lot of truth about man itself. I hope you can hear it in the distance. I'll go quiet that you can hear the beautiful azan in Istanbul, calling the man who is created. Azan has to be said by the soul of the man, not by the voice of the man. Read it, please.
Okay, yes. This is from Bente Peterson, and it was in the Golden Age of GANs just a few hours ago. I think you might have to mute there, Mr. Keshe. There's a lot of background noise. It starts out, very good news. Something wonderful happened today. I received my pain pen. I was so surprised. I ordered it February of 2019, the 20th of February, 2019. I got a message, your order was received, etc., but I didn't get the pain pen. I nudged sometimes, then gave up and told Keshe Foundation to forget it and just regard the amount as a donation. But recently, Mr. Keshe in one of the Knowledge Seekers workshops told us about the problems with KF Italy not supplying KF International the products paid for and for quite some time, and we could get the money refunded. I was happy to hear the explanation, but did not want to bother. In my mind, the amount was a donation to Keshe Foundation. After all, I have learned so much and all priceless knowledge. But alas, lo and behold, the pain pen arrived today on the 20th November, exactly 9 months later. What a wonderful surprise. So thank you to all the hardworking Keshe Foundation people.
I have to tell you something very simple. These pens were made 5 years ago, 20, thousands of them. So the pain pen, it was not that we didn't have it. If you look at the the what they call Italian structure people they set up. They come up with their own pen. So don't forget, we only took over in July of this year. We took everything back in September, October. We start looking at what is going wrong. So you can see the pens were in the foundation, stock of foundation. I paid tens of thousands for these pens to be produced. If you look at when you receive the pen, has a different tip. We found out the energy of the plasma was so strong that it was melting the tip. So we had to pay 17,000 euro 4 years ago to change the tip, that the tip is strong enough to stand the energy. So this gentleman who's received his pen, or lady, the pen has been sitting there. By not sending Keshe Foundation products, discrediting us, trying to sell their product by taking the what we call the list of the customers and the list of the agents, and telling the agents Keshe Foundation cannot do. We had a problem when we took over the whole of the Keshe Foundation from Rome with the ex-partners of the Keshe Foundation, that they did the same. They took about a lot of funding or whatever, and we paid for it. And when we brought it, there was some tax expenses that had to be paid. And the Keshe Foundation had enough money to pay it, the turnover. When they saw the massive rise in taking in October, November last year, they thought we do it ourselves. We, as we say in English, we screw the Keshe Foundation. And suddenly, in December, we saw a drop in sales. And in January the 6th, they registered the company parallel to Keshe Foundation, and we saw 0 sales. In Keshe Foundation, we discussed with Ella, says everything has dropped. We didn't know what's happening. This gentleman couldn't even drive a car because we gave him money to buy a car. Now he was driving a brand new Mercedes, BMW. And Caroline says, Mehran, there is something funny I didn't notice when I went last time to the factory. This guy who had no money now is driving. Now we understand how BMWs came, by stealing customers and technologies. And they went to one of our Iranian friends in Valletta, saying them, oh, we screwed Keshe Foundation. He didn't realize we've taken everything from them. But the only thing is they don't know Keshe Foundation. Italian nation needs Keshe Foundation to be able to export 1 liter of wine and oil. We decide, with a conjunction with the Italian government, the Italian oil industry and wine industry exists, or the people who betrayed Keshe Foundation. And we have enough heavy data and evidence to show what we say is correct. We use our power to support the Keshe Foundation and humanity. That they were told Keshe Foundation cannot supply us. We see here, as we've seen, 28 months suddenly receiving, is that the Keshe Foundation Austria was taken this position. They still have to do their job, and they are meeting most of the backlog of the material which you ordered. And I was told last week by the head of the Keshe Foundation manufacturing in Austria that most of the backlog is met, and we see it. They're still shipping. There is more orders which was never met and deliberate. Those were more lucrative for them was done. But on the other hand, you have to understand the Keshe Foundation website in the coming weeks will be flooded with 200 to 300 plus products, which means those who were distributors will go back into the line. Keshe Foundation will send a clear direction letters to all the distributors. They have to choose. They go and carry on, as we say, with the man who shoots a bullet, takes all of it, or they stay as they are to support, to be as they came in. They were betrayed. Now they have a choice to decide. And secondly, as I said, bringing a lucrative company into a point of bankruptcy by deliberate act of stealing agents and customers is a criminal act, and the Italian government is looking into it. Especially, we made allegation of they can go to the financial police in Italy and threats, and we've been made accusation of my computer has been stolen, and they have it. The threats will listen very carefully to, and we take action very carefully too. And as I said, the pen manufactured 5 years ago was shouldn't be delivered unless the plan was to discredit and move customers. I speak everything openly because we have to know. The other point we have to raise increase openly is, as you know, with Mark Ray going into operation in US and people understanding about Keshe Foundation, and many investors from Mark Ray are coming into listening what's happening here. And I explained last week, Mark Ray announcements is with Mark Ray. What we make announcement here is about the Keshe Foundation, which Mark Ray is one of our subsidiaries. And the companies like Keshe Foundation Austria and Keshe Foundation Space Arizona, Keshe Foundation Italy, and other Keshe Foundations are not part of Mark Ray just because they carry a Keshe Foundation. This is important for those investors who's thousands of you coming here and listening, how your shares will be valued. Mark Ray can only be affected by what's happening in Mexico Keshe Foundation and in that Mexican Keshe Foundation and Arizona. Some of this microphone is open. And Arizona Keshe Foundation, not Arizona Keshe Foundation Space Technology, Space Health Center. It's, you have to understand, we run many organizations, and our knowledge shared here has nothing to do with one or the other. The Keshe Foundation Italy is investment for the Keshe Foundation, nothing to do with Mark Ray. So it doesn't affect, they can come here and they think, or when we announce massive developments in Brazil or in other countries, these are part of the Keshe Foundation development. Till we do not sort out position with officials in America, we keep the assets of the foundation to the foundation. And this is what it is, ours. And this is one of our subsidiaries. As we talk about Keshe Foundation Italy, it is the assets of the foundation, not Mark Ray, so it doesn't affect them. And the same shall be till the positions clarified with the American authorities in respect to a lot of other artwork we have in the United States. This sits on the table of the President of the United States how to handle Keshe Foundation. Till he decides, we sit back and watch. The situation with Keshe Foundation as a global operation is many people work around the foundation, many people develop the Keshe Foundation, many people use the logo of the Keshe Foundation to spread the knowledge of the foundation, and they benefit by it financially. And we have no objection. We spread the knowledge, and through you spreading the knowledge has brought a lot of awareness. In a way, by you spreading the knowledge and teaching and selling your goods, you have become a flagship for us. That's why I said you can use our logos. But in so many ways, you have to understand, you have to put back in what you have taken, that you can put more in to be able to develop more. It's a beautiful when we hear a minister or a president or one of the people of the power knows the Keshe Foundation technology, and they know the pen or a pen pad, and the trust is built. It doesn't come only with us, it comes with you delivering these things in your countries, making it. Some of us make mistakes, that's normal. A lot of you come back to us, and I've seen this especially in recent past. They say, oh, I make a CO2, but my CO2 is green. Yes, because you missed the teaching. Change the polarity of your plate, it will not be green. Your CO2 should be white. But if you produce a green CO2, it means you put your polarity wrong. Change the wire across, it should be solved. Or change your, what you call LED poles. That's all it is. We're all learning. And the single pens you sell or a teaching you put and you earn some money out of it, that was the whole aim of our foundation. For you earning a little, having a life, many people do. These things at this level, because it looks very magic, goes to the magicians on the top in the churches and the governments because they want to know the magic. So many of your leaders, through your teaching, selling products, have come to know the work of the foundation. You are the messengers without you knowing it, but you are messengers because you chose to know the technology to be able to spread it. And as I said, it's not just these teachings, it's many knowledge seekers that their work has reached those who are suffering in their world leaderships, different shape, that has made them to believe. But you have to understand, up to now, even those could not speak because there was this big threat of what we call lies and cheats of Belgium. Now that the world leaders understand, they have started taking position. And as I said, the best position was last week for us in BRICS conference to be recognized by the world leaders that we can stay within the community of BRICS, within the structure. And it's a big step to the next step that, in a way, your teachings, your works, your workshops, your pen making, be it in the market, be it with a few people, has reached many, many people. And this is the beauty of it. And as you remember, when you understand the history of Christianity in Europe, the emperors had a religion which had no statues, and it was Mithraism. And the Romans wanted to have that belief, but they had the statues to worship. They found Christianity, which Christ spoke about God and Son of God, and they found a match as the emperors had through the contact with Iran through Mithraism. Then somewhere the two had to collide, somewhere the two had to negotiate. And the emperors made the religion of Christianity, as we call today's Christianity, with the amalgamation of the belief of Mithraism and some of the things people wanted to believe in the path of Christ, and they made a new what we call Catholicism. Is a catalytic between the belief of Zoroaster and Mithraism and what the Christianity is. That's what Catholic means. The catalyst between the two, that the emperors could have their belief and the common man could have their belief of new God without a statue. And now your teaching and the spread of the knowledge and sharing of the knowledge with the common man has done the same thing, has brought the leaders to be the life of the Son, the life of the Father. Now you understand where even the word of Catholicism comes in. Catholicism between the two that the kings could have and the common man. But this time, as I said, we shared the key with the world leaders. They knew about it, but we gave it to the common man, and it became the path of the common man, and the same cycle will repeat this time. This is why years ago I told you, use my logo, use the Keshe Foundation logo, but don't forget the ethos of the foundation. In that way, many of you made things, sold things, gave conferences, made some mistake, made a lot of good things, but this is a process of learning, process of trust, trusting one beliefs. You have brought the knowledge to the kings, and it's the same process. Now the kings, knowing the knowledge, received the keys in past years. Now they have to acknowledge you, and you'll see the emergence of Keshe Foundation in coming weeks and months. Now we have, and in so many ways, Keshe Foundation knowledge has been spread by many of you. And we will see how the world leaders, one by one, will stand next to show the benefit of it. We are not a religion. We are not a cult. We are a path to the Creator, and that has no temples. And this is beautiful to see this, that people now say they received it because we had it. I have made a number of new paint pens, which is only go with us when we attend conferences. And as I tell to the people in the conference in Brazil, in due time, these pens are unique. Never be produced by Keshe Foundation. And these pens will give you access to many things that you will understand in the coming time. We bring very limited numbers of them to each conference, and this in due time will tell you why and how it will be used and will be affected by many other things. As we know, some of the world leaders today are using it to saving their own lives. Now you understand. It's in so many ways, the situation in Italy was a test for the Keshe Foundation followers. Would we deviate or would we stay absolute solid? Thank you very much for putting this on the what we call the Voice of the Keshe Foundation on the Facebook through Golden Age of GANs. And in so many ways, it shows we are correct people. And we did not go and build these pens to send it to you. They were there. We sent it to you. And it's a hard work for Keshe Foundation in Austria because they're involved in the development, what do you call it, of many things. And this is another part they have accepted, and as a group they're doing it to make sure it goes through. As I said, Keshe Foundation Austria in the coming weeks will go into mass production to complete the enhancement systems for all the orders which has been received. We will announce establishment of the factory, hopefully very soon. And we are looking for knowledge seekers who want to be part of this structure. Keshe Foundation research on the level will be in this factory, plus production. And in so many ways, we are not looking to have Austrian workers. As when we approached the Austrian government, they said they don't have enough people to fill the requirement of the Keshe Foundation. So Keshe Foundation is going worldwide. The employment agreement will be done with an agency. The way the Keshe Foundation will work in the factory is we will not employ anyone. Keshe Foundation needs a free hand to be able to operate around the world in the same way. We appoint agencies which employ the people who work within the structure. So Keshe Foundation hardly employs anyone in the factory as part of, but agencies employ people on our recommendation if need be for the people who work. So employment agency sides, then the operation of the Keshe Foundation will be two separate entities. And this way allows us not to be involved in the daily affairs of, as we just pay agencies to make sure a number of employees are available at any time. The structure left, and we only carry the board of directors in managing the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And this is how we'll operate now in Austria, as we will do in Brazil and China and other countries that we open the factories. So if you're looking to be part of the Keshe Foundation development at work, get in touch with, we put a link to these employment agencies who work with the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. And you will be dealt with very quickly, but we reckon we need some 200-300 people in Austria within the next month, 2 months. And this will be working inside, developing and finishing. What we call one of the job opportunities which has come up. Secondly, another job opportunity which is sitting and we'll start working on it. And that is we need a number of doctors. We increase this to up to 2,000 to 3,000 in the next 12 months. We need medical doctors. The reason for this is that we need you of every language. But if you are familiar with the Keshe Foundation work, most probably be headed and under the supervision and control of Dr. Rodriguez of the Keshe Foundation. And that is, we'll run 24 hours medical stations, which means as the number of the systems are increasing in sale, there is always many, many patients with doctors which are learning this. Is what we call a hotline, direct line, that our doctors we train will advise the doctors who are using the systems. So in next few weeks, Keshe Foundation will announce we require around about 2,000 to 3,000 doctors to be able to work around the clock on what we call the hotlines and consultancy lines with all the doctors who are using physically the systems, that they can advise them certain patients can be done, what is the next step to develop. And this option will be advertised on the Keshe Foundation website. If you're a medical doctor, you have to be a medical, not an alternative doctor. You have to be a medical doctor, or we go and find medical doctors across the universities around the world who are familiar with the work of the foundation to run these. It's an 8-hour job, 5 days a week, but in a way, as around the world this system are sold, is a 24 hours. Whenever it's your turn during your working time, there's no night shifts, hopefully, and no evening shifts. Everybody goes on the time clock of their work. That we back to back a system that is manned. The central station of this system will move into Malta very soon, as the headquarters Keshe Foundation moving to Malta. So, but you don't need to move your home. You can operate online with all the doctors advising them. It's what I do at the moment with all the doctors who are using these systems and our technology. They produce videos, report this happened, that happened, and the doctor, because it's trained, and the other doctors see it and they can advise for the patients. You got to understand, every 100 units sold brings in 4,000 patients a year, and 1,000 units is 40,000 patients. 1,000 units per month brings many, many, many doctors have to be online. This minimum more or less is on-call line, and we're looking for competent doctors. The same, we are looking for physiotherapists who can advise online. These are the back jobs of setting these units across the world. And at the same time, all this will be supervised. We need Chinese, English speaking, French speaking, German speaking. We need Portuguese speaking doctors who we can train. We need in most of the main languages that we can communicate with doctors who board the systems or the health centers getting set up. As we said, we move all our operational headquarters into Malta. And in the coming months, as we start doing this, we need these things to be done. The Center of Education of the Keshe Foundation moves to Malta. The operation of the Mark Ray moves to Arizona under Arizona Keshe Foundation, KFGL, not the Keshe Foundation, the spaceship program. We move to Arizona because of the earthquake possibilities in Los Angeles, and we have to protect the foundation as we are aware of the long-term possibilities. So if you're a doctor, please, in the next couple of weeks, we'll put a line. These works with the doctors are directly with the Keshe Foundation. The physiotherapists are directly with the Keshe Foundation. If we do not receive enough application, we'll go to medical schools directly requesting for doctors to be trained to be part of. You have to be a medical doctors with a certification, not alternative doctors, to be a support to us. There are those who want to buy one machine for themselves. We have no preferences for those at the moment. The machine bought with cooperation with Keshe Foundation or not has to be in use for the nation is bought for, not just for me and my family. A lot of Chinese won't like to buy a machine, and we have told them machine has to be in public domain to be used, and for the clinical trials which is going in China. On the completion of clinical trials, the machine will move into the hospitals where it can be used by Chinese public. The wealth does not bring exclusivity. And we see this with a lot of wealthy Chinese who have sick people in their family. They want to buy one machine. This is not a Ferrari which my son likes to drive. This is a Rolls Royce for humanity. These are what I said, we try to make more of these available. A list of employments will come under the Keshe Foundation banner in next couple of weeks. And as I said, Keshe Foundation will not employ anyone. We appoint agencies who provide, and you get in touch through agencies. And if they clarify and accept, then you work for the agency which is providing services to Keshe Foundation. This way we stay away from all the hassles. All our sales will go the same way. All our distribution will go the same way. Keshe Foundation focuses on production and manufacturing, the new technologies and delivering new technologies. And this way we stop all the mayhem which happened in Italy. And we don't see the kidnapping of technology by the Africans back in Accra. We will respond to Accra in a very heavy way, in a very, very short time. We made it very clear to Ghanaian government that government supporting the stealing technology and finances of a company would not stay unanswered by the Keshe Foundation. And we respond to it in a very, very strong way to the Ghanaian president and his office, as they had enough time to respond. Any other question?
Yes, we have several questions on the elevation of the soul, I might say, in the Q&A here. Two from Doug, who says, is the time of leaving the physicality similar to entering the universal system? And is there a difference between the two means of elevation?
Yes. What happens when you have no energy and you're hungry? You eat some food, you take some energy to elevate your physicality can do. Now mankind has to become aware of the other dimension, which is his soul. The elevation of the soul comes partially with what you eat, but that's a meager existence and control of it. But now you can elevate the soul of the man beyond the strength, which the physicality takes. It's a very, very interesting position if I explain to you something very in detail. If you see the vegetarians, and if you see the man who eats meat, what we call carnivist, we always said when you take a grain, when you take, let's say, a plate of rice, there's so many souls in it. But when you take meat, you already committed the soul of the animal. But at the same time, every cell in that meat has a soul too. So the man commits crime on both plates in taking another soul. So those of you who think you're a vegetarian, you're not killing, you're killing. And those of you who think you are the meat eaters and you killed one animal, you have to understand every cell of that meat has a soul. And both souls and criminality is the same. Mankind has to reach a point that does not need to consume. Mankind will elevate faster if mankind understands that there are enough fields of given souls in the dimension of universe that humanity can access to on the time of need and when it's needed. Then you'll find out there won't be need so much, because in a way, as you need, you receive, but as you receive, you only take what is needed and you leave and give the rest back to the others, maybe after higher elevation. In so many ways, we have the similar position in the body of the man, as you must have learned or heard in the medical teaching. The body of the man only can divide in the presence of the radiation or radioactive materials, what we call B12 or B9. We take, the body of the man takes B12 through food or consumption of the what we call minerals. But then it puts this in the process of the body, and when the body of the man reaches a certain level of the strength of B12, then the body puts this back into the body to get rid of that is available to the others. As I've said in many teachings, if you go and look in scientific books, there is a line in the intestine of the man that few millimeters, micromillimeters beyond this point, the body absorbs B12 and all the radioactive materials which it needs for elevation of the physicality, to feed the physicality, to be able to create conditions that cells can be produced. And a few millimeters on the left of this line is where body rejects B12 and all the radioactive materials. It's a neutral zone between the two. It's just a very micro millimeters. And this is the same with life of the universe. You only take what you need and you put back the rest. And the body of the man does that. So if mankind learns this, then he doesn't need to give it to the stomach to do. He only takes what it needs through the essence of the emotion of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. Then we pass another milestone when the humanity understands this. It's very much in some Middle Eastern countries, people put their clothing and their shoes and their food salt. In these places like in Tehran, or Saudi Arabia and others, people come and take a pair of shoes, but they leave their pair of shoes which has a hole maybe in it behind, because it could be somebody who has a shoe with a bigger hole that this is a savior. The same we see this in Iran. The same we see the opposite of it in European countries. They come, they take your clothing which you give free, and then they sell it with a high interest for some of those people to have a wonderful life. It does not go free to the Africans as you think. It's sold at a very high price that the Africans cannot live. Recycling of the second-hand clothing is very famous in Belgium and in Western Europe, thinking of donating, but in fact you're making some organizations which actually donate your clothing are more or less zero. So you have even been lied to there. And in this process, the body of the man has to be that resourceful that it takes as energy what it needs, but what it doesn't need, with maybe higher levels that is produced, puts it available for the others to use. And you know what happens. And in so many ways gets absorbed by the energies and you eat it again. Go into the health teaching of the Keshe Foundation, and part of it covers the B12 and the cycle of B12. And those of you who are vegetarian, why you suffer so much, because you cut the B12 cycle in your body, which used to come or comes through, what do you call it, different consumption of life. What are the other questions?
You may have already answered Svetsoslav's question in the Q&A from what you just said, but I'll say it anyway here. He says, good day to all. What is the way of elevating the soul, by knowledge or high order energy receiving, or by both ways?
If you receive something and you have no knowledge to use it, what's the use of it? I teach you so much about the knowledge of the universe, but you don't understand it. but those of you who understand or will understand in the future, they use it. Having the knowledge and the energy to know how to use the knowledge to elevate the soul of the man is the purpose of these knowledge seekers. There is a big question for a lot of knowledge seekers. How can a lot of you have not understood the totality of the work of the plasma?
Sorry, Mr. Keshe, we lost the actual question there. You said how knowledge seekers ask how, and then we lost it.
How they can elevate their souls. And what I said is, in so many ways, you as knowledge seekers means you have not understood the first fundamental laws of the plasma. To receive, to give, you have to always be the
You have to always be.
Pardon? Hello?
You said you have to always be
humble, that you can receive to be able to give. In so many ways, if you can have the screen shut, please, the screen. I want to share a screen. Rick?
Okay, yes, you should be able to do that now, or perhaps Flint can stop the sharing, might make it easy. Do you want to start the whiteboard, or do you want me to?
Yes, please, the whiteboard is good.
Okay, Flint, maybe if you stop the screen sharing, it'll help him find the whiteboard there.
Somebody is sharing part of. It says you cannot start the screen while the others participating is sharing. Start participating. Okay, I've got it. I think Flint was asleep. Wake up, Susie, wake up. Okay. Now you understand something which most probably have not understood. And I'm sure a lot of you haven't understood. This is a soul. This is a planet. This is whatever you want to call it. A field of plasmas. This is another. Smaller. Call it a proton. Call it the physicality soul. Call it Earth compared to the sun. Something interesting, which many times I thought one day I explained, but I thought if the man is ready to hear, is this. The bigger plasma gives its fields to the weaker. And then this little one consumes whatever. But in the process of interaction of the fields, this chap, by understanding the totality of world of creation of interaction of the fields, you create all dimensions and strength. This has created other fields, which in collective are strong enough that this needs. So what I think is missing in the knowledge of the man, which I have not understood, the weakest in the dimension of interaction of the fields inside it, in collective understanding of the knowledge, creates a new dimension of higher order, which is in strength parallel with what the bigger needs. So In fact, the weaker is received in the interaction with the field's internal, releases higher order strength to the higher level. And if, as knowledge seekers, you understand this, which has never been understood, it shows how one needs the other. I give you what I need and the strength you need, but by the interaction of the fields within you, what you create that you do not need, that it could be some stronger than which is equal to mine, I take, you become my feeder, you become my source. Then the question is, who is the stronger and who is the weaker? Or is the stronger uses the weaker in totality of the strength to continue with his own existence? Then you understand, in the knowledge of the Creator, we say, we pray to God. Because through the higher strength of our soul, He confirms His existence, and through it, He can give to cover the weaker of us. Then the question comes, is the totality of the creation created by understanding of the totality of the work of the fields of universe, that even the Creator is there? As it said in the writing of Baha'u'llah, it says, I made man to create children that they may love me, which means they give me of the higher strengths of fresh life, fresh order. Now you understand why we have the soul of physicality, why the Creator needs to create, that in the confirmation of the creation, by existence of the confirmation of the love or giving, confirms and continues his own existence. He is clever, isn't it?
Mr. Kesh, can you show the humbleness here?
The humbleness is understanding of the emotion. When you become a giver, it means you have to receive of the lower order to be able to give up the higher order. This picture fully explains the whole cycle of life in the universe. Does not matter, human being, the solar system, the Creator and His creation. I cannot put it in any simpler shape. I have explained to you in a simple picture the totality of the essence of the creation in all dimensions of the creation. It is very interesting. With the universal systems, many people say, we have buyers, we would like to buy, but we would like to sit in it and feel it first. If you're not sick, what do you want to feel? It's the balance, isn't it? Or are you coming there to steal? You understand? We see this with a lot of people now coming up. We have to sit in the system before we buy. If there is nothing wrong to you, you don't feel any difference. Was this just sitting and think that I sat on it? Or is another thief of Baghdad? It's a show to come and see. Bring me your cripples and sick, and you believe in the Creator. And if that's the only way you believe in it, it means you better not to come because you have not grown enough.
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
This happening also when you work without the machine. If I work with someone that eat healthy, they will not see much the difference.
Of course, because they're not there. They how can you eat when you're not hungry?
Yeah.
And how can you say the taste of the food when you haven't eaten? This is part of the what do you call it? The trust of man in itself. But this in time will change. If you listen to the teaching today, especially the first 45 minutes or so, or part of it, you will understand a lot has been explained. As I said, I'll bring man to his knees if I have to force feed him this to understand. I was sitting in the airport yesterday waiting, and there was a grandmother and a grandson, and she was playing every trick to get him to eat this food. And when the mother came, they were waiting for their luggage in the airport. She said to the mother, I managed to get him, I played all the tricks I could, I gave him half of the bottle. The daughter said, Mom, you didn't need to, he's not hungry, he was just playing you up. And it was beautiful when you understand the sweetness of the Persian language they were talking to each other. And in so many ways, a man should be hungry for the elevation of his soul, not the perfection of his physicality. And a lot of people, as I said, walk into this looking for the physical. They don't know who reach the soul of the man. Any other question?
Mr. Cash, we had a series of questions from Bante regarding the African swine fever. I was wondering if it's a good time for me to ask those questions now, or her questions.
Yes, you read it to me before.
Okay, let me just go through it here. She mentions, dear Rick, we have a problem in Denmark where the African swine fever.
I understand. I remember that. Let me explain to you. This is not only Denmark, Romania, Bulgaria. Most of the European countries, Italy, and the rest are suffering from this position of swine fever. And as I said, we have done a lot of work in China, still going on in China, but we are prepared to meet your national people from the Keshe Foundation. We're not leaving it to some of this because people have no understanding, and we're not going to teach it that way. We meet, our people we meet, and within 3 days, they will see the results. We are not going to have a clinic. If your nation is going to lose billions of dollars, and you tested yourself, we give you the material, we stand there, we wait 2 days, 3 days for you to see the results, and then it's a decision to be made. This is part of the Keshe Foundation. And some knowledge seekers thought are very clever, they're going to do it, and they're going to do this, but all the governments know this technology comes from the foundation. So those of you who your government wants, we come in. Get in touch with Stanley. Can you tell them where you want to get in touch with? We spoke with the Romanian government in depth. We spoke with their permanent secretary. But you have to understand, a lot of governments are getting subsidies, huge amount of subsidies from EU and other countries. And at the ministerial level, they deny below. The bribery in swine fever is very high, especially in EU. We have the situation, we have found the solution to swine fever. Some people say, why China is still slaughtering so much? We have a position in China, we don't have the factories to produce the material. The reversal of the swine fever doesn't come with a prayer and a bead. It comes with physical material, and the Chinese government has not invested in it, because at this moment, President Xi of China is in a dilemma with CPC and Keshe Foundation, a bunch of thieves which sit in Beijing. The President Xi has to sort out a very clear situation with Keshe Foundation, CPC, and the work of the foundation, what we call knowledge seekers, and the Keshe Foundation based in Beijing. We have seen this in past few weeks, and it has to be resolved at a presidential level. Nobody else can solve this. The knowledge and technology is so lucrative that nobody knows how to steal the technology in Beijing and put in their name and do something. This is the job of His Excellency President Xi and CPC and the advisors who sit between the Keshe Foundation and the central government. China doesn't need to slaughter so many. We see knowledge seekers, oh, I've done research in me, I'm doing this. Everywhere is getting blocked because, one fact, some people at the highest level in the central government are benefiting by getting contracts of the pigs from the United States than the Chinese farmers. It's as simple as that. Dependence of the Chinese nation by the American pig, because the Americans spread this disease in China deliberately. We have all the records of it. And now it's at the CPC level to decide which member of the CPC, who in the government works for the American government and it is spreading this. The investment of paying so much for pigs should have been put in operation, that the factories were set up and completed. It's a plain, very straightforward. I advise the people who are from the central government before I leave China. Chinese government and the Americans are playing to it very well because it gives them another line of export. National food security threatened by that. Data on the grain has come up beautiful. We release it in 1 million square meter grain production, what we have achieved. But are we? A lot of knowledge seekers work that way. We have a very loyal, hardworking Chinese team in China. You will see more products, more things from the Chinese community. Is headed by Wang Lin and the team which is sitting there, loyal, they're staying steadfast to see this through. Few knowledge seekers, they thought they can go on their way and do what they like, but they're come under control, the same as Italy. We know how to do things, and don't forget, I come from generations of breed of scientists and businessmen. I am an industrialist, I'm not a businessman. Always been an industrialist. Business is part of bringing the industry into the hand of the man. And this is what most of you, as I explained before, knowledge seekers do not understand this. And this pig situation is confirmed by many times. We don't have the factories to produce enough material. And then it needs a central government understanding. And when there is a huge briberies comes in, then you understand the position. And the bribery in the EU regarding the pig industry is so huge that the ministers and their sons and their grandsons' private accounts is filling up with it. Many mistresses are becoming very rich through a lot of pain in the EU. And if you want, we can open a lot of books. But the essential, if you have any in your government we can speak to, we come in with our material, we show them, then they have to invest. This thing needs material to be done. Even when we work in the background, which we try to do, a lot of it we've been told another way by big Chinese company, do not mention our names till whatever, we have no problem. we're looking for those knowledge seekers who come up with new innovation, and we add our knowledge to it, and they will run it. I met a beautiful couple in Brazil. Their knowledge is partially developed, they understand. We give them more to develop more, and then their knowledge becomes as part of the Keshe Foundation helping humanity. And this goes right across everywhere. We see people in Germany, in Austria, in France. But be correct with the people you get in touch with, because then you lose your credibility when we come in. Be the French cosmetic manufacturer finding out you cheated them, the lawsuits are going to be very heavy on you when it's done this. And Chinese who made a fake patent application. We keep a record of everything, and then we leave it to the governments to sort out. We have all to test and develop, but in the process of developing, we cannot harm the others in the work of what they are doing. Get in touch. It's called, Stanley, can you repeat?
I think Stanley's sent it to me. I think it's administration@keshefoundation.org.
Can you put it on the screen, please?
Sure.
Or simply what always works, info@keshefoundation.org. This is the usual one, that info@, yeah.
Info's, that's better than administration then, is info?
Yes.
Yeah, it comes to the same place, but it's info@,
okay,
without S, yeah.
Right.
That's perfect, thank you very much. We get in touch with us, and then we'll come back to you. We speak to your government by showing it, and then they have to decide how it's going to be applied. You got to realize something as I explained earlier on, there is a huge shift in the world governments against Belgium. They found out how they cheated creating this fake court case to try to discredit, to colonize. They can see the results. You will see huge backlash against Belgium. They will even bypass EU. We see sanctions getting discussed against the state of Belgium by governments in the background. One is how they spread these fake things across. Secondly, by killing scientists. Thirdly, by doing it to many people. It will be called a state of terrorism and child trafficking. You will see it. We see it taking shape. In next few months or a year or so, you will see this will clamp on the Belgians very fast. Because now we have put enough data and enough information with governments that the governments are seeing how the Belgians have played the game to colonize. And the penalty is very heavy. The way they came out with the sanctions against terrorism, now the state of Belgium will be announced as a terrorist state against humanity. You will see it. It's coming up. I've spoken with a number of powerful world leaders who look that way, but trying to sort out something that EU can stand it. You will see it ban on all the Belgians to travel as part of the kidnapping and child trafficking is very, very much on the card in the coming time. And you will see everything. You see what happened when we said it? It came up, but now the human trafficking, now China got hit by these 32 people, has opened up how Belgians have sorted things out from inside China and Vietnam. So they have infiltrated it, and they brought these people back into the port of Belgium. 8 weeks on the sea. People haven't been in their box for 8 weeks on the sea. They are free on the ships to walk around. At the port, they put them in. Belgium traffickers get them. Children are separated for abuse. Parents are sent to another destination that they will see their children. The children get separated for red circle purposes, and the humans get trafficked in boxes into England, the way we saw into they found the people, 32. And now, because of it, they found the people in United States, American and Chinese work together. They found it's the same circle. So governments have opened their eyes. They start opening their eyes how Belgium has been abusing, trafficking, and killing, and scientists and humanity and everything else. And soon we will see a massive sanction on Belgium, bypassing EU. You will see the states which coming in. These 32 Chinese, there were more of them with children which came in to Port of Antwerp. And these people are not kept 8 weeks on the high seas in boxes. They are fed. When they get near the port, they're put in boxes. People in Belgium separate the children from the parents, that they see the children later on, what happened in Auschwitz, and then they never see each other, because most of the children are handed over Red Circle's team, and they spread around Europe for child trafficking, and the parents for labor sent to different countries. Now we see the operation. This is under the part of the responsibility of the President Xi's office to stop this. They are aware of the work of the Belgians around the world. They cannot do it. This doesn't happen. It's the same thing happens in Kinshasa, the same thing happens in Accra. The Belgian ambassadors produce fake passports for trafficking. These are all in the hand of the United Nations and the governments. Children don't appear out of nowhere, but that's something that the governments have to decide, all governments. And the same thing is with this situation, with a lot of scientific developments, which now has to come up open. We'll see a massive increase in Keshe Foundation followers, because people will start to see, as we have brought a lot of investors through, thinking that they can benefit by increasing their shares. We will have nothing to do with it. We here discuss what is with the Keshe Foundation. Marker is a very small subsidiary of Keshe Foundation, which is for a number of factors we put in. And then that has to be decided in a forthcoming time what we're going to do. Your nation needs to speak to us. And then we deliver a specific recipe for Swan. And we follow it, we show them how it goes, as we done reported it here before. I told you, we gave the knowledge to the government, didn't do anything. We gave it to you lot, and you did a lot with it. And now the governments have to look at what you call repetition of Christianity, or what we call catalysm. Now you understand how well we studied the behavior of man here, and how we actually use it for the benefit of mankind. If you're there, info@keshefoundation.org. Send it to us, which government, what is, then we come back to you, we collaborate with you. We did this very closely with the Romanians, the Romanian team now. And we came to understand the money in the ministries to receive is so huge that, what do you call it, we better let few pigs die. My son's private account is not worth it. EU has to stop the subsidy for this, and the solution is there, it'll be elevated. The amount of money is used for bribery, put up a factory will solve the problems. It's the same. President Xi's office has to decide which way they will go with the Keshe Foundation for agriculture, for farming, for space, for national security, and the rest of it. We are getting to the point of crunch. And the beauty of it is not me anymore, it's all of you know a lot to do. So it becomes that, what we call critical mass. The momentum will turn. And we have seen the acceptance, as I said, in BRICS, that we could stay with the governments as part of the recognition, and then we'll come back into the other parts very soon. As I said, in the coming weeks, hopefully, in these Thursday teachings, you'll have world leaders which share their thoughts with you in the teachings. Some of the world leaders in the coming months will be here on this panel on Thursday morning. So you can put your questions directly to them. But be kind and speak the language of our family, and this is part of our work. You will see princes, you will see world leaders gradually appearing on these teachings here and there, and once one or two start, the rest will be there. But it will not be a chat show, it will be a commitment from the nations to humanity. That's a big difference. Next question. My biggest fear is if Trump asks us to come in, then what we're going to do? Next question.
We have Theodore with his hand up here. Maybe he can go ahead with the question.
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Hello, yes. Can you tell us who you are, where you are from, please?
Hello, I'm Ted. I live in the United States.
Which state?
In West Virginia.
Yep.
And I wanted to just say thank you to you and your wife and Rick for taking the time to make these teachings about the soul. I think they're really special and beautiful. And I think that it's really beautiful to care so much about peace for Earth and for everyone on it. And whenever you were, thank you very much. And I wanted to say that when you were talking about how the people to get to peace by elevating, they'll come to peace instead of fighting for peace or trying to fight for it. And that resonates to me because I think that I used to think it was fear that holds us back from being able to get to that level. And recently, I think I've found that it's just hard for the humans in the human condition to truly love themselves and to allow like love from themselves and from everyone and from God and everything to fill themselves. And that's the real challenge, I think. And you helped me to see that. So thank you.
Welcome. That's why we call the elevation of the soul, and through the path we find another way. This is the beauty of it, as we gain trust in our own strength and not finding it with a statue of a man on a cross or a circle or a moon. As I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers in Brazil in a simple way, is that the cleverness that the Roman emperors used, because don't forget, part of the Roman to show the man for worship of man as they did before, and across the line to do so. If you look at the true structure of the cross with the man on it, or when they carry a cross, is the power of the power, which was Rome and the emperor. They put you on the cross if you didn't follow. But, and it came replacing the statues. They used to carry it in temples. Now they carry it on their neck, so they became fearful of it from the birth. And it was a very, very clever way that the Roman emperors brought their power into world of what you call Catholicism and Christianity. Still, you worship a statue, but with the power of Rome behind it, that it can always take it away. And nobody ever understood. Now this way, we take the cross away, and there is no man to put on it except the elevation of the soul of the man. I strip religions one by one till the man sees the truth. And then we ask the question, would the people in Vatican take the crock off and walk away that there is no one to lie to? Or we have to do it in a different way by elevating their souls that they do the same. Nobody ever understood what the cross means.
and a picture of Christ on it. They still wanted to worship something, and Rome wanted to show the power is in our hand. And the rest got fooled by it. Made up church, made up man, and made up belief. Any other question?
Was some comments from a knowledge seeker in Brazil that Carolina wanted to show. It's quite long. I can read parts of it if you like.
What does he say? Let me explain to you, sorry, before you start, let me explain to you what has happened. When we were in Brazil and we found out 2 or 3 people have taken the whole foundation and the people of the Keshe Foundation in Brazil to ransom with threats and a lot of other abusive things, we opened a channel that the Brazilians could be in touch directly with Keshe Foundation and us. I participate sometimes in it. This was established while we were in Brazil, and we tried to be guidelines, you know, that to answer, but it's nice to see how the Brazilian group is developing, has reached several hundred. And in this platform, everybody speaks in English and simultaneously, or speaking Portuguese, translated to the French and the Spanish. We don't want to extend this to any more languages. I don't know how the French came in. This French should not be there. But this has become a platform for a lot of knowledge seekers to learn and share knowledge. And we are aware that Red Circle and his team are moving on this. Be careful if you get any communication from this lot. We are warning you because we see some. These are the speak fraternally English or Spanish. These are after your children. Once they get tapped into your emails, then you'll see what we see in the other places. Please do not respond to anything which comes very strange. Is there any communication? Not on this chat. Do not respond to your emails, or I want to speak to you private. So this chat, which is opened up in what's called Keshe Brazil, is for knowledge seekers who are learning. They want to share. And the process is that there's one tomorrow night. I try to be in it. We don't try to attend it just because it's Brazil. It has a very large spread. There are many scientists and what they call very highly qualified people in this group. This is, and as I said, we attend many of these teachings. Since I've come back from China, I put more time to attend Portuguese or what they call Spanish or French or German or the Iranians as our time admits. And we don't like to bring people to put up. But in so many ways, it's become a common ground. And I know I was told a couple of very powerful people in nations have already joined the group, but they're coming through different names that nobody recognizes them. But in this process, you have to be aware you're talking to governments in this chat room. Many world leaders have started looking at this. So be open, be very frank, but be aware of the beauties of it bring, and at the same time, you don't become another part of what we call food for these, what we call criminals. Don't respond to anything which comes on you. I would like to speak or whatever. Do everything on the chat room that we strengthen it. And then we'll see what we can do with other chat rooms like in French and German. But the Brazilian chat room has become very interesting with the instantaneous translation available on it. Everybody can read it, and some of the translations are not very good, but it's still good. You can understand part of it. This is too big to read. Just pick up a section of what you want to read.
Yes, and some of it's not correct translation, like you're saying.
Yeah,
so but
just
we can get the gist of it, perhaps. This is from Zeno, a knowledge seeker in Brazil, and he's heard many comments of all kinds about the installation of the Keshe Foundation in Brazil. Some are super happy for the country to be able to count on this technology officially. And who knows, in a while, even in others are talking about, while others are talking about the Keshe Foundation's change of posture, that it used to teach everyone for free, and now it's launching an industrial park and
of course.
so on.
Let me explain it. No.
He goes on to understand about that, and he says he's very grateful to Mayran for the technology he provided for free for me and so many others, and for the changes in our lives. And after he thinks that the level of the change of the level of technology, whereas it has to go into the market now, you have to follow market rules, and it's obviously going to be different than giving everything free to everyone. So he indicates that.
Let me explain something. First of all, there are many aspects to Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation with millions of followers, how much do we receive in a year? Couple of 10,000. The operation of the Keshe Foundation runs in millions. Up to now, in different ways, we have supported it. Up to now, the man who's sick on the street or in a hospital cannot make his ganses. We have to deliver the technology that the man who hasn't got the knowledge can benefit by it. So we have commercialized it. Stop being done by the others and then is done by the Keshe Foundation, which is spent on the foundation. Everybody wants everything free. I released the data on the donation to Keshe Foundation. You'll be ashamed, all of you. I think last month we received about 800 euro. Don't claim what you don't put back in. We gave it free, and we still, with a new technology, those who need it get it free. Our education panel teaching Kevin sites free to those who cannot afford it. Our Keshe Foundation hospitals will open up, the clinics which are opening up to those who are really can't afford it, will be given free. It's not that we changed our ethos. Now we made it available to every man. Those who can afford it. The governments who can use it, they pay for it. Government use different health services, they pay for it. So now we deliver the knowledge and technology, governments pay for it, and we spend on the other aspects of creating peace, generating conditions for peace, and sharing knowledge. Everything has to be correct. And on this planet, you know one thing, money. So we use the money to change you for the money to the money of the soul. So we have changed, yes. We commercialize, yes we do. But you have to understand, we are an NGO, which means we're a non-profit organization. And it all is spent back, except what I need for my living and my family. And we live very modest compared to what we put in and everything else. Everything goes back supporting the Keshe Foundation. We left it to you in 6 weeks, 6 months, you rob the company and you open something else. So you got to understand everything at the moment. You see this panel working here today. You got Rick, you got Stanley, you got other people in the background, you got all the manufacturing, everything. Everything needs to be paid for when the donation comes in. When it's not there, when we left it for you to run it and you stole, the whole Keshe Foundation nearly fell apart. I sit there with the iron fist of protecting the foundation. We left it to you. None of you donated enough to do. Even the donation we received doesn't pay for the network. This network you see here in Knowledge Seekers, Zoom, teaching, and everything else costs thousands and thousands of euros a month. 800 donation gets us nowhere. So thankful that we can industrialize, that we can teach more and spread more, and spend back on you. Leaving it to you, you nearly brought it to his knees. I left it to you for 2 years. You got robbed, you got stolen from, you got cheated, and many, many People around the foundation suffered because, but in a way, it was a cleanup. We could see back from China 3 months. Keshe Foundation is back on track, solid, and expanding rapidly. So it means the children of the family of the Keshe Foundation have not become adults yet. We invest, we industrialize to put the industrialization back to those who cannot afford it. A man who served his nation for 40 years, 30 years, then he goes, gets sick, has not to sit in the backseat. What we saw happen to Sandor. It was criminal, the things happen. But in our we stand by a lot of things, but mankind has to mature. And apparently the only thing you know is how to get it, but you don't want to give it. How many of people sell so much with Keshe Foundation have put the money back in? As we said, 19%. And how many of you run into problem because it's not there, you take and you don't put in. So we put in, we take, we industrialize, and we put it back into humanity. This way, there will be no churches to abuse you, there will be no government to lie to you. And we don't become a Robin Hood, rob from one and put it in a hood. It's there, everybody shares, everybody pays, and from it, everybody benefits by it. It's a beautiful system, but that's the top if you understand how it is. My children will not inherit any of it. All the Keshe Foundation goes back to the foundation. My children have been given, and they'll be given the inheritance for what they sacrificed, being poisoned, being homeless, by the Belgian government and other nations following them. Nobody paid as much as my family for development of the Keshe Foundation. 6-year-old child was poisoned by a red circle in his team. Criminals. On the teaching of the Keshe Foundation Children Program. That's the heartbeat of it. Damn the nation of Belgium and its citizens who support it. You do not know what we are giving you. You just look at what I can steal. I paid with my life and my family for you not to move to one company which is still giving it to you.
That's basically what Zeno's writing in his rather wordy exposition here. He mentions, if you were the one who invented this technology and suffered all the pressure and managed to establish a new game and thought it deserved to be better evaluated by those who treat people's health, what would you do? And so on. And it goes on to say,
let me explain to you what happened. When the King of Belgium came to see me and made the threats, and then the court of what you call for radiation, the guy said to me to leave. That's the wish of the country, because they knew the value of the technology. It wasn't that they were stupid. And this is what I explain is colonization through technology. The King of Belgium, the smallest nation in rights, God-given rights to steal, a bunch of thieves. With the ex-King Philip is the one who started it.
sorry, you're breaking up there, Mr. Keshe. I think you said the ex-King of Belgium started it and then broke off. I think we lost the connection there. Just bear with us a minute, and I'm sure Mr. Kesh will reconnect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Kesh.
Now you see how they're sitting on the line, because the truth is spoken. When I tell you the world leaders, world governments are sitting, every time we speak about sensitive something, we are here. You control nothing with me and my technology and what I bring. I bring that nation to its knees. How come the minute we speak about them, everything shuts down? It means they're sitting, they know what is about to come to them. When we did the first tests in a company called starts with we cannot put it here in Belgium, and they confirmed we can be developed because the University of Brussels confirmed theory is correct. Then in that company in Belgium, when we did 3-4 months of development to assess if the technology is complete, every time I attended the company in the Antwerp, when we met the next time, whatever was passed on to the Belgians was signed and they received the technology, the information. So everything is registered. We have all the documents and it's registered with the Belgian court. Then when they said, yes, this can be made, as I've said many times before, then they called the king in to come, as he was a prince at that time. And I said, I have to be present. If you're present, no, you don't need to be present in this presentation. In that presentation, Philip, the king of present, understood what technology. Discovery of gravity was on the table. They proved the scientists in university. Now the industrial company accepted it can be made. Then they decided they go for a totality and take the scientists and the knowledge to kill him or to take him for them. And I refused. And then what happened? They sold this company to the British, because it was partner in them, to the Ministry of Defense. That they found the gravity system from Kesh. Now they can sell it to the British because it came from Britain. And this is the only company which was sold, ever bought by British Ministry of Defense from outside Britain. Because defense companies never buy technologies from outside because it's their internal defense. Then there is a weakness because outside there's no. This is the philosophy behind it. In China, you cannot buy anything for military if it's not made by the Chinese company because they can add something to it that can affect their soldiers. This is the way military works in most of the nations. So when Philip walked out, the next day, the money, everything was available for us to develop. And then I said, 80,000 will do to make the first prototype. No, we put it 1.4 million. I said, you're robbing from your nation. He said, this is what we do. Mr. Braconier was behind it. And then we'll see. And this situation I refuse to do, but Mr. Retsaco, Braconier Group, King of Belgium, and then obviously we published the pictures of it. Now, this is set up in a very manual structure to the world government to understand how the fake case was built and how it is there. It's chronological, everything is documented, and the world governments now are planning to put the biggest sanctions on Belgium state as a state terrorist state killing scientists. You do not know what is happening in the background. We warn you in advance. It will be very hard for any Belgian passport holder to travel very soon as a terrorist state. You thought the sanctions came just on Arabs. Now the world has opened up to the state of terrorism by the Belgians and its collaborators. The same with Huawei, arresting fake arrests. You touch me, I bring your nations to cry. You wish there was never a nation called whatever. You tried many times. Now you play my games. This time there will be no fake crosses and no fake crews. We deliver to you so fast that you don't even know which way you're going to hit right. I have a message for you, Red Circle. Come up with the truth, or I'll make sure your children will speak the truth very soon. You come up with a fake court case you made, and you're paralyzed, or I put the pictures I was feeding you in hand. Simple message. I'll bring you to wish that you were never born, to the suffering which you created, but I'll make it pleasure when you do it, for you to understand it's good to be correct. Any other question?
We had a question from Joel in the Q&A. He says, "Dear Mr. Keshe, I've recently sent you the report about the first season of tests in the wine grower in
France,
in southwest of France. Do you think that I send now the foundation
yes, we
letter
are
to
looking
the
at it.
Agriculture Ministry?
No, we are looking at it. We are looking at it. We need to talk to you what you've done. We need to explain to you what you've done. And then we need some corrections. I've followed your work. Please go the same way to info. Caroline is keeping me well informed about your work. It's not that we are ignoring it.
So he says it's better, is it better to wait for the results of the second season? So it probably would be better in that case?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have to get all the analysis. We need to get all the data in a correct way. Then you have to get next year the government offices to fully informed and be involved in this. Because the data, then we use it with the same. There is a huge problem in, as I said, in vineyards of Italy. We would like to see other materials which you have produced that you were not looking for. The full report with the Italians are sitting with what you call the Italian governments. In so many ways, they've done the research. The brochure and what you call it, the full documents is in their hand, and will be, what do you call it, will be fully done in the next few days, couple of weeks again, because it's going through a very specific way. This research you've done is very good. I'm aware of it. Caroline keeps me updated with it. I know what you're doing, but go through the second cycle and keep the data. And at the same time, make sure you change slightly one section to a different condition. Then you can have the position of data in condition change. Does it bring more acidic, more sweetness? Does it change the, what do you call it, the texture? By slightly changing your procedure, because then you can show one follow the same, one you have a none, and the one is slightly different. Then you will see how it is and how growth will come. In the vineyards, try to use the bottles hanging on the top, and try to create a different environmental condition between each rail, each hanging line. Try to expand on the change of environment, not so much the root or what you used. Because in one section, if you use change of environment, then you can see produce the wines to taste in northern Italy, for example, or in Australia. The only difference between what you create in France and other wines around the world is the environment. It'll be nice in your next cycle, next year, to create different environments and see, but just hanging bottles and see if you get a different odor, if you get different texture, if you get different taste. Does the fruitiness changes? Or maybe you create a condition on one side is one, and then you change the bottle on the other side and see the wine in between comes up with a new texture. Never be narrow-minded that you did something and you followed your gut. Always expand the horizon, and maybe you come up with a new, what do you call it, type of wine. But what is important for us, as you now develop this, now you have the market, you create the wine, follow the uses of the wine. See what's the effect of psychosocial structure. If the orders from certain places you put the wine comes back and get the response. People who had cancer, now they don't have a cancer. People who are suffering from depression through this have changed depression. We have tested this in China. The 1 million meter harvest is completed. I haven't seen the data, but I received some information from Wang Ning that the harvest result is very interesting. The 1 million square meter, I'll look at it next few days. And then we see what it is. Other Chinese are testing other fields. And then it's not just that we produce more harvest. Change. And then look at the social structure of it. The people who ate it, was change of habit. Has it changed cancer? Has it changed people being more happy to eat it? Are they coming back for the same? Jim from Australia did this test. He found out that people with it. There is a link. So
sorry, you missed the connection there. That he found out that something people.
Pardon?
We just missed. Sorry, we just missed the last part of your sentence there.
What is the effect on people? What is the psychosomatic on it? What is bring happiness to Jim? As I said, I don't know if you heard it. Jim has done this test in Australia. People go for his product. They subconsciously they go because it gives them more comfort. You have. We go deeper. As I said, in China, we start looking that can rice reduce the, what do you call it, the diabetic. The structure of this farming is very important because through farming, as our ancestors have done through herbs, we can bring condition relief in man from a lot of pain. And does it enhance it? Does it just try to expand the circle of the knowledge a little bit more? It's not that we just produced more. We have produced a new dimension in wine. See, of people who drink your wine, how many of them had cancer? Just try to make a report. You use this wine, how do you feel? And then, as I said, we have started, this is called a bio. You know, you go to the supermarket, now we call it the GANS technology farming. You will see it coming up in supermarket, GANS technology, GANS product. You've seen it in chemists in Italy. They have a counter for cash products. Now you see this farm, this unit, as it comes. A lot of people try, no, I didn't do anything with cash and blah, blah. They change it to quantum, they change it to plasma, they call it microquantum. But as the Chinese told us, and the other governments realized, it's all cheating, which is now going, but at the before, a lot of people speak about Olmos and GANs. Olmos has nothing to do with the GANs. GANs is created through atomic structure gas production. Olmos is a matter state of the thing. And this again created by a bunch of the same Red Circle people who came to trying to destroy the Keshe Foundation work in Desenzano in Italy. Olmos is a matter state and has nothing to do. There might be some similarity in the work of it because it's very weak, you might do some things, but GANs is by vaporizing the atomic structure to a gas state. So you see a lot of tricks coming up. This gas state. So get knowledgeable and know what you're doing. And I'm very interested. I'm looking at this wine and yeah, Caroline keeps me fully updated with what you're doing. It's not missing us. It's just that do the next step. And I know you want to take it, but as they say, one season does not bring a full harvest for a year. Try another one next season, but create a different condition and watch the operation and the sugar content, the emotion which creates. Wine is one of the best ways to reach the soul of the man if you understand why. Let me explain to you why. Just don't accept it. If you work with the Keshe Foundation systems, we always support you with a breathing system, which means it goes through the nostril, it goes through the breathing passage, which reaches the soul in a very high level. The water does different things. And wine is one of those things which is odor, which is the same. We are not looking at the taste as it touches the back of the throat, which is close to the soul. More interested in the state of the evaporation of the smell of it. And what we see, man, when he drinks wine, has a different state of mind than when he drinks food. And as you're a wine drinker and man of many drinks, we change the shape of the glass. If you notice, as you're all aware, in the vineyards, in the bars for different alcoholic drinks, because it creates different emotion by the smell of it. Those who don't understand it, they create these glasses. But when you create wine, which is normal, everybody drinks, it's the odor of the wine which elevates the soul. It carries the energy which is already has gone to that state of GANs, if you understand how you create the wine. So it's important for us to understand how, when you created the wine, has affected your position. If you understand more, even the type of woods which you use affects the condition of it. That odor has an effect because it brings out the essence of the nature and the nature which we trust. Man has not fully understood the whole process of the creation. So I'm interested, very interested. We went to a vineyard in Brazil to look at it, and the guy wanted to know everything. How can I expand this? What do you call it? 30 or 40, he set a vineyard. It was a very interesting experience. The guy invited us to understand how his vineyard worked, that we can help him. And then he sends us a bill for going to his vineyard. You have to pay me. It was very, very, I learned something new from Brazilians. He invited us to his vineyard to come and see and help him with it, that he could increase his harvest. And then he sent us a bill. for coming to my vineyard and everything else, which is interesting. I want to send him a bill for the knowledge we gave him. Maybe a couple of $1 million would be good. But it's very interesting how people abuse the trust in the foundation. But it was very interesting to see how they plan to use, and they can use the, what do you call, the knowledge. Their food has a value. Us increasing their harvest and teaching them what to do has no value. But it's interesting is man. Man is abuser by nature. Any other question? Keep that data and wait for another year. Try different harvests, different gases. I said to Caroline, we try to come and see you.
Joel mentions in the Q&A, for all of us, it's a priority, the sanitary problem for the farmers. It's our goal to keep farmers in good health and to have good harvests. Increasing volumes is not for us.
Can you repeat that, please?
Joel says, for all of us, it's a priority for the sanitary problem for the farmers. It's our goal to help, it's our goal to keep farmers in good health and to have good harvests. Increasing volumes is not for us.
You got to realize there are functionality and there are principle work. And that is in two ways. We, as I said to the Chinese, national food security. When you can make a farmer increasing the harvest that he can afford medical support, can afford further better education with his children, can afford food on his table, you will understand that our technology is not just cleaning and supporting that, is totally to support those people who are our feeder. Without them, we don't survive. But those who help more humanity live on a poverty line more than anybody else. Teachers, farmers, nurses. We have become so ridiculously insane that those who protect us, who teach us, who brings us food, we ignore them. So part of my work with the Keshe Foundation is with the farmers. I'm not looking at sanitation. Yes, it's there. But a farmer can only have sanitation when he has money. I explained this to the national government of China. In China, there are 28 million poverty-stricken people. It's nothing. It's more than putting 2 or 3 European nations together. But it's a very small fraction of the population of 1.4 billion. Nearly 2%, whatever it is. But the government cannot keep on giving them handouts because 28 billion, if you give them 1,000 each, it builds up to 28 billion and it becomes part of a big part of national asset and is every year. With the Keshe Foundation technology, is a big difference. Let me tell you, I try to share a screen that you understand figures. Can I share the screen there, please? In the Chinese structure, which is more or less with a lot of people, approximately every farmer has given what is known around about 5 mole. 1 mole is 660 square meter. Then 5 mole is about 3,500 square meter. Is given to a family of 5. Each family, if let's say grow rice, after paying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after paying all the expenses, makes around about 200 RMB per year from the land. 200 RMB divided by 8 is about $40. Times by 5 is $200 per family. Around about 1,600 RMB per year. Then the average poverty line in China is 3,600. When you put this 200 from one piece of land, is covering the fertilizer, the pesticides, the rice, and everything else to feed. So he sells, let's say, his rice for 1,000 RMB, and he gets at the end of it 200 RMB as a profit. Now we have this position. With the introduction of the GANs technology, we say average, let's say, double. Then you understand. We increase 50%. Then you understand. Now, when the farmer would use up the GANs, doubles his, what do you call, income or harvest. Now he has 2,000 RMB income minus the expenses, which stays constant. He's got 1,200 RMB. Multiply 1,200 RMB by 5 more is 6,000. Farmer is out of poverty. As a farmer said for the first time, I can take my children to a restaurant. That was so important. This technology walks the farmers out of poverty. And in so many ways, it stops the Americans to use food as a way of control. You see, we say expenses. We don't say that. We say GANs will cost the same as all the other expenses as before, which is not, it's much less. Yeah? Then you understand how we work in nations, governments, farmers, not only to have sanitation, but to have sanity to live. This is the beauty with this technology, and governments one by one are becoming aware of it, how Belgium have defrauded nations from peace for 10 years. Now you understand how the governments will support this technology. They don't need to go and create handouts. They go and get rid of the nations who created the problem. Because the technology is shared and governments understand. It creates, walks farmers out of poverty. It creates national food security with farmers being well paid, better paid, with double the national income. The nation becomes rich because of it. Then less health problems, less poverty, less handed by the governments, more money to be spent on the nation. Now you understand how Keshe Foundation technology in the coming years will walk China out of poverty lines. And the nation becomes self-sufficient for food. National food security of nations, the same as I met a guy yesterday from Iran. His job is to buy grain because Iran cannot produce enough. We are committed to the nation of Iran. I will make sure Iran becomes self-sufficient in food in a very short time. By just introducing the way we know. A lot of knowledge seekers go and do things and they say it doesn't work. I had somebody, in one of the thing is they have a big problem, they got disappointed because, oh, in Iran, somebody tested something in university, did not kill the bacteria. I said, what's the use of using the wrong thing and then blaming it for you not understanding? How come when it works? It works. So a lot of people think they understand and everything is just zinc and copper and whatever, and it's not. And then we see, we interfere, we release the data from 1 million square meter. Hopefully by next week, we have received some reports of it now. We have the grains. We want to see how much we can repeat the success in Inner Mongolia. When we can increase 40%, 50%, whatever of the 1 million square meter in one of the biggest rice growing areas of China. In the next 2 years, when we commit ourselves to farmers in the unit, in 2022, China doesn't need to import any rice or grain from any part of the world. Maybe the wisdom of President Xi will allow the surplus to be given freely to the African nations which are robbed by the Americans for years by supplying free rice. Not as a free rice, but as a rice to be cultivated with it. The beauty with this is, you have to understand, the beauty with this technology is there is no geo or GMM or any kind of modification genetically. So when the China gives the rice to the Africans will grow it freely next time. When the Americans give you rice, nothing grows next time. You become dependent on the handout of the most devious nation. Through work of China, we can produce rice in China. Through the donation of the Chinese government of the surplus rice to India, Indian farmers don't need to commit suicide for the rice the Americans sold to them on the GMO connection. People are not aware of the geopolitics which the Keshe Foundation can play. Americans bring poverty and death. The Chinese development of new rice and surplus stock will bring joy and happiness to many nations. You will understand how I played the game very soon. Because we got the grains tested last year, it's in the report. There is no genetic modification. No farmer in India needs to commit suicide for the gifts that comes from the border Iran or China, as they have more surplus to give. I told you, very soon, being called, you calling yourself an American for what the things you've done, the murders and all that to save humanity, the nationals were up against their governments. And that's their history. This is the beauty of this technology. I sit and I watch many knowledge seekers around the world, so many good news that collectively we see agricultural change practices. I bring him in. I'll bring him in next week. Maybe we can speak to him. He's a good friend of mine, highly respected. Head of disaster of World Bank, head of central bank of ex-head of central bank of Sierra Leone, ambassador to Vatican and European EU, extremely valued worldwide for his opinion and work in South Africa, in Africa. A very good, extremely close friend, valued. And he will tell you, as he's told me many times, 85% of my nations from central bank goes to pay for the rice to Americans, where my nation used to be a rice grower and exporter. What in Africa call it hand of death, American hand. Because the rice they bring it such a low prices that the farmer cannot produce, and then it's GMO, he cannot repeat it. Colonization through food. I change everything with this technology. The strength of the change, you'll be shocked by many people how in the next 5 or 10 years we'll become to balance kilos, we call it in English. This is an example of what you see. I explained to the Chinese government officials. And then if you can go by 3 times, and it can be done very easily, this is what happened to us. Last time we did in the Mongolia test was very interesting. I tell you this because I know the Chinese team are in the background listening. I tell you what happened. We took the land 100 meter by 22 meter. Rice was grown on this land. Wheat was grown on this land 100 days around before we got it. We took 1/3. And for 27 days or so, we watered this for the wheat and a little bit more for the rice. Around about after 27 days, around that time, we got a lot of complaint from the farmers in Inner Mongolia that the birds are coming and eating up seed. This is disaster. What has done? They only come here and they only eat. We had a lot of complaint, more or less on a regular basis, that the birds are coming and eating all the what do you call it, harvest. This is called roughly 1 mole, if you understand it, 660 meters. So the whole thing is what is called a mole. We took the harvest. When the harvest came in, with rice and with wheat, we compared the 2 ends. With rice, no, sorry, with wheat, we had 132 kilograms. Don't forget, these are experimental fields, but the government doesn't know this. Their workers, we just left the answers. Here was 59 kilo. That's wheat. With the rice, we collected 249.5 kilo. Here was collected 79 kilo. But what I said to the farmers, interesting is that according to them, every day the birds came and ate from this part. They were so angry that the bird took some. If the birds wouldn't eat them for the 2 weeks they were waiting for this side to be completed, most probably this would have been 200 kilograms or even 180 kilograms. This would have been around 300 kilograms. Now you see the gameplay. 3 times more, 4 times more. So when we multiply that 1,000 to 3,000 to the farm rice man, the difference is 2,200. Multiplied by 5 is 11,000. He becomes a rich man in the state of China. From 1,200 or so per mole per year to 11,000 in 1 season. But the beauty of it is that because this is a natural product, yeah, it takes energy from the space of the farm. Now all the nitrites, all the damages gets washed lower because we use the atmospheric environment of the seed above. So in 3 years, using the technology as a natural product, we clean the land too. In 10 years, the water resources, which is contaminated by the water with all the problems we created cancer, will be cleaned out because there is no nitrite, there is no phosphide, no chemicals for pesticide has been put on the land. Keshe Foundation is the only alternative left for the governments in agriculture to support to feed their nations. It just doesn't bring national food security. It brings health security, it brings water security, it brings security for the nations. We rule through technology now that the governments are getting data. The whole process is very simple. The whole process is to be able to deliver data. And now we are delivering data. Data walks. In my French language, bullshit of Belgian government making us a terrorist takes a walk. Now, nations, governments are becoming to realize what was hidden to them. It was again another terrorist act. My message to you is very simple. Work on peace, deliver the technology. All the data you're producing is adding weight to governments to take action, to free their farmers, not just for sanitation, but for safety and security. Farmers go insane that they can't feed their children and they commit suicide. 10,000 last year in India alone for genetically modified food from Americans. Hands of death, they call it. China and Iran will bring hand of life, national security. Pleasure to be a farmer again. I come from a farming land. We are not just changing the guns. We're changing the culture of the damage we've done on this planet. And the governments now are positioned to be able to serve their nationals through the right conduct. And it comes through you knowledge seekers. I teach, you bring it, you deliver it. When you see people like Xiaojun in China, he travels 13 hours in a car to deliver gases that he can prove that can be done. He goes and spends 2 or 3 days living with the pigs to show that the thing works. He gets beaten up all over his body with everything else, and he sends us pictures of his leg literally bombarded with bites. These are the knowledge seekers who serve the foundation of humanity. We tell you, we delivered the 1 million square meter of the rice and the data is good. Government wants, organizations wants. Knowledge seekers like Xiaojun and his team, they travel to places, they deliver it, they teach the farmers. Now they want the trial for next year to be bigger because the result is there. And that week, the year after, by then we have the factories, we can supply China out of poverty, out of national food security of importing 40% to a nation which sends rice to India and other places to support and move them out of poverty. It's no use making China rich alone, because then the next neighbors, India, Pakistan, Philippines, and the rest, they need to be brought up under supervision of His Excellency, that the whole continent moves up together. We are not creating an America, everybody goes to the land of honey and milk. To me, China administration, government, is a way to move mankind out of poverty and out of war, because when you solidify, nation becomes peaceful, a lot of games starts. When you have governments who play games with you, it's because they have to fiddle. Theft is part of the national culture and sports, if you understand what it means. You cannot stop politicians stealing, but on the other hand, they have to still good for the nation, at least knowledge and technology. I call it, when I see the politicians, it's a national sport to be a politician, to be a diplomat, and steal from it to see how much more I can steal this time than last time. But let them steal a little, but at least they bring, what they bring can change the government, brings national security, brings food security. We clean up the land. If and when the whole structure finished, we will talk about the olden time when we used to use fertilizers. But it's a part of process. At least we manage for humanity, which is a new time. Figures don't lie. We'll give you the figures. what you have to understand, what it is to understood, is the national food security is the backbone of every process, every time. We have to be able to share knowledge freely. We have to be able to share technology freely. At the same time, when we structure it, that freedom has to become for all of us. It is important to understand that us collectively as Keshe Foundation have reached that point of break. I just represent, as the head of foundation, your achievements. Shall we call it a day? I've been told it's nearly 4 hours.
Yes, it's actually more than 4 hours now, but who's counting?
I don't know. The gods. I haven't been paid any overtime yet. I was still waiting.
Yes, indeed. Well, you have to be patient in this universe, I guess.
Too much of everything, yeah. Overpaid.
Overworked and underpaid.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. There is something for the people who are pushing and they're trying to get the enhancement unit. Please, the only way we can respond to you, go to the Keshe Foundation, go to the place where the form is, fill in the form, place your order. We are not there. A lot of people say, oh, we have 20,000 of it. Can you put the rest? You said, minimum we are looking for is 50%. And then even that is conditional. We want, at least we are prepared, even if we come to 1/3 support. But again, depends on the condition. We would like, if you want to buy 1 unit, you can support 1 unit, to find other knowledge seekers to make it at least 3 that is workable, because we know why 3 works. We do not accept a lot of promises. What is factual on the table? We are getting to the point that the orders have to be extended in so many ways that we can, in so many ways, allow you to understand what you're doing and how we can deliver it that is workable. We have passed the point of what I call thinking of different ways, because what we set up now is workable for us. We don't see any other way to change it. The center in Arizona is firmly in position. Hopefully our team will tell us that the place is secured. Our position in Mexico is solid. It just depends how they start moving very rapidly. 20 units in Mexico. The unit in Germany, in Austria, these are all secured. The position with Iran is 100% secured. I stay loyal to the nation of Iran. We repeat again for you to understand. In this position, what's happening in Iran is not part of our work. Depends on the governments. But technology will be transferred as it's done to the nation in a rigorous way, and I'll carry on. The situation is, we'll announce new positions, most probably in 3 or 4 European countries, and Americans, and Africa. Everything is, what we are trying to do for you to understand is, we are using the data from all the different parts that the Keshe Foundation technology and the universal system needs 1 certification. It's the first time ever this has been done. We are not going for American system or European certification, whatever. We are bringing data from all the countries with all this research done into the what we call research program, that one certificate clarifies Keshe Foundation products, especially the universal unit, that they become universal certification. We don't look at other countries. It falls in one certification. We call it Keshe Foundation certification. If we give it that certification, it's valid for everyone. Place your orders. We still look at individuals who want, we prefer not to, but we look at the structure of the health center, body enhancement, maybe it's the soul enhancement, but there is no certification for souls. Maybe they send us to Vatican to get one, and then we have to go to whatever to see which soul has increased in value that they can create a certification for it. And then they say, Christ never comes back, because now it's very bad and it's getting opened. You know why Vatican has said in a very recent communication that the Christ is never coming back? Because now they know the enhancement unit and the technology is available for the true Christ to speak. Then they'll come, do you believe a voice or us? And then we have to see the truth, what Christ says about his disciples, and let's see that. Very interesting how we bring the pack of lies down. We've got the system getting developed. And I want to know, very soon Vatican will say that this system is this and that, because the truth is coming out. But people will walk because they walk out without any diseases. Very interesting what will come up and what we see. And on the other hand, try, if you're doing large scale trials, to involve your national government, different organizations that they monitor, just monitor. Thank you very much indeed for today. I hope I have taught you a little bit more to understand the path to your creator, which is your soul, and the path to its creator, which is the creator itself. Thank you very much for today. And we thank the city of Istanbul for its beauty. And you never know what will be next week. And then we'll go to next.
The true gypsy of the universe.
I came a gypsy, I go a gypsy. We are in transition across the fields of the universe, and life is all the same. It's the pleasure of existence.
Yes, we are all voyagers. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you. From a fellow voyager, as we all are. All right, well, thank you everybody for attending today's 303rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Can we have a video of the machine, please? If we have, a lot of people ask for it.
Oh, certainly, that would be a good way to segue.
We add to it next week. Our patient now is totally off medication, and we'll see how far we can get him and how he's going to go.
Wow, that's amazing.
More or less, for the patient, other patient, the young boy, should be up with the meditation next week, totally. That's from 47 tablets to 0. And our other patients already passed total clearance, but we have to see what side effects the other medication has left and how much the damage is. I will see what it brings. New patients, new cases monitored by doctors. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Lots of good news today. Okay, Flint, are you able to play that video to take us out here?
Yeah, I'm queuing it up just now.
Okay, thank you.
You just a little bit.
Okay, so I'll just say thanks to once again everyone for the 303rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, November 21st, 2019. Production of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Public teachings in English. We need the sound there, Flint.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. This video gives an insight into the therapeutic progress of a wheelchair-bound subject diagnosed with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Male, age 58, since his late 40s has been suffering from the two aforementioned conditions, which over the past 2 years have progressed dramatically, leading to a substantial loss of control over his limbs. He was brought into the hospital in a wheelchair, unable to transition from it to a standing position, stand by himself, or walk unassisted. Holding a pen and writing was also beyond his physical capability. The processing of this case started in China in early September 2019 using the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship unit. The subject spent 15 to 20 minutes twice daily in this unit under the supervision of a team of qualified doctors and physiotherapists. The progress of rebalancing this condition through the use of the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship unit is presented in this video. Knowing that every case is unique, the duration of the full rebalancing for such a condition, while steadily reducing medications, is approximately 16 weeks. Currently, a team of healthcare professionals continues with the process and upon completion will report its findings to the scientific world. Day 1. The initial assessment. The volunteer is in a wheelchair. He is unable to take any steps on his own. Day 4. Standing up. The volunteer stands up by himself after the plasma processing sessions and takes his first steps using a walking frame. Day 5. The volunteer is walking using a walking frame. He is walking unassisted, walking outside, and is confidently walking towards his car. Day 6. Walking outside. He is walking with more ease by the day. Day 12. Plasma processing. The volunteer walks faster, easily passes through doors, and even manages to sit down unaided. Writing. The volunteer is able to write for the first time after a very long period. Day 14. Standing up. The volunteer transitions from kneeling to standing. Day 15, ongoing improvement. The volunteer is now far more agile. Day 29. He is able to do squats on his own. Day 30. Progressing. Various exercises, such as step climbing on elevated surfaces and walking backwards, are now possible. Day 30 plus. Vocal exercising. The volunteer begins vocal exercises to restore his voice and speech. The volunteer practices motor skills and hand-eye coordination using a ball. Day 36. Exercising. He practices further coordination skills. He is more proficient when step climbing on elevated surfaces. Day 40 plus, walking. The volunteer is confidently taking a walk in the park. Day 40 plus, coordination. Now he is confident to resume a normal life and go shopping with his family in the crowded market. He is improving his movement coordination. Day 40 plus, exercising. He continues to exercise in the public parks. Day 42, running. Unimaginable. 7 weeks earlier, he was in a wheelchair. Now, the volunteer runs for the first time. Day 42, running. He is running longer distances with ease. Day 45, running. He quickly progresses, getting better day by day. Now he runs in the sports arena, achieving 300 to 600 meters in different sessions in a way that doctors barely keep up. Day 59, climbing. The volunteer engages in adventure park activities and successfully climbs on a net. Day 60, cycling. He now adds cycling exercises to his routine.
Hello, we are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe. By teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. Your donation helps us in achieving this goal. Donate to keshefoundation.org/donate.